last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Alfred.
Chloe, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, Alfred.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love him when he does that.
Okay, the mic was off. Welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And today I see a lot of people I know in here. I see Trishy, Scranton Strangler, good to see you. I have Butter Biscuit, momming it up. I have Tinks, Meow, Lisa S, and Hey Jude. And thank you, Lisa S. That's so sweet of you. Lisa says Nina's interview showed how this pattern of abuse affects all the children and families and what to look for to prevent this and how women's voices go unheard. Yeah, I agree with that. You know, I thought it was really poignant at the end there when Nina talks about how everybody wants to hear her now, but before it was really hard for her to be heard. And so, you know, she definitely has a platform anytime here because I think it isn't really important. Hey, Vic, good to see you. I think it's really important. Brandy and Indy, good to see you. Thanks for hitting that like button, guys. I think it's really important for us all. I know it's a hard subject, you know, nobody really wants to hear about that kind of stuff, but it's tough, especially when it's happening to little kids too. I think that's really hard because we can kind of rationalize in our head that an adult can get out, right? And so it's not as hurtful when it's a little kid that really can't get out of that situation and they're stuck there, right? Because that's the parents and they don't have the means to leave, and obviously they're not old enough to go anywhere. So it's just very sad. And I know for a lot of us that have little ones and we're in that situation. Hey, Detroit Rock City, good to see you. Donna, good to see you. Hey, Chloe Jade. Hey, my love, good to see you. It just kind of brings us back a little bit, right? It kind of makes us feel a little bit guilty. So it's hard. It's definitely hard. And the kids don't deserve it. No how. Thank you, Hey Jude, for gifting a membership. That was so sweet. I need to try to do this so I don't cover Sebastian. Sorry, guys. I don't know what to do with my hands. But yeah, so hey, Donna. Yeah, it's just one of those things where it's tough. It's tough. So everybody who, you know, has gone through that and who was sitting with Nina last night, I appreciate you. People who, you know, didn't want to stay the whole time, I appreciate you too. It's hard and we all deal with it differently. So it's just important to know. But tonight I have a great show planned for you. We're going to go over Justin's interview. Now I have chopped it up a little bit, so it's going to be part of it, and then part of it we're going to go over tomorrow. I'm a little bit behind this week, so I apologize. But tomorrow we're also going to talk about Crystal, and I just want to pop her up really quick here. Crystal McCrory Jones, a 43-year-old woman from East Carroll Parish, and that is in Louisiana. This is her douchebag husband, Tony, and he did, in my opinion, the unthinkable to Crystal. And she was found. That's Crystal right there. She's beautiful. That's her sister, Jana, on the left-hand side of your screen, and Crystal is on the right. Her sister, Jana, is one of our friends here, and she is always diligently fighting for her sister's justice, fighting to reopen the case. So if you go in the link for the description last night, there's some links down there. Please check them out. And then also there are some more links that I'm going to add tonight, just kind of that way you can look in here, or you can go to last night's live too. But that's our Jana and her sister Crystal. And we're Crystal's army here. We fight with purple, and we want justice, and we're not going to stop till the case gets opened again, and that's my goal. And so I try to hit my goals and do the best I can. So that's what we're working on. And it's really important. Now, I did keep one little piece from last night of Nina because I think it's important, and I know you guys probably know which part it was if you guys were here. I was very much focused on this time frame that Christopher Proudfoot gives to Nina when he lets her know that Sebastian is missing. I think it's really important because there may be some truth to what he's telling Nina, right? Because he thinks that it's a private conversation that won't ever be heard of. And so there may be some truths being told in it. And I think it's valid to listen to her again and just kind of, figure it out. Cuckoo, Kachoo, good to see you. I love that name. Mitty, good to see you. Welcome in. Welcome in, you guys. Thanks for being here. So Justin does a fantastic job of kind of breaking down this Lore Lodge interview. And since I kind of took notes during the interview and I went over it, I thought it would be a little bit repetitive if you heard me go over it again and we watched it again. So I thought it would be neat to hear Justin's perspective. Justin is one of the creators that's very close to the case. And so he's been working it, I think, from the very beginning, if I'm not mistaken. But either way, is a pro. Justin is, and he's very loved. So I wanted to definitely kind of get his perspective, and then we can watch that. It'll be a good segue, like I said, into tomorrow night, and we will go over a phone call from Sheriff Scott Matthews, and I might be able to add in one from the prosecuting attorney in the case. So if you all would like to get caught up, I will link those videos in the description as well. So that way you can get kind of caught up. I might do a bit of a refresher too. That way it's not going to be something that we're, people who are kind of in the live already will know her story, because I think it's really important. So let's get to this first clip with Justin, and this is right after the Lore lads do their thing with Seth and Tony.
I mean, people are going to say what they're going to say, and I'll be honest with you, I really think after there are arrests in this, I believe that they will still be supported. I do believe that they will still be supportive of them. What was y'all's take? Like, what was the biggest thing that you found interesting, eye-opening in that interview? I mean, there was a few for me. One was the grandmother. Yeah. For me, it was he had been talking to Katie's mom regularly. Yes. And do you guys remember back whenever there was a rumor floating around, or this may have actually happened, I can't remember but I do remember when Ward just said that allegedly Sebastian had spoken to KK's mom the day before or the day of. Does she have a criminal record, Lovely? She is a registered S offender on 99 years probation. It is illegal rage. That is an RSO can really an RSO cannot be around a child, nor should they. So Lovely, that's the answer. KK's mother is an RSO, and she served time. I believe it was like 10 years, if I remember correctly. And the thing is, KK is a victim, right? And I have always stated that I have extreme compassion for her, what she went through. But what I don't understand is why KK is subjecting herself around the mother, and more importantly, why she was allowing Sebastian to speak to her, to be around her. It's beyond. If you look over all of this from before, long before Sebastian was missing, till afterwards, whether that be boy, this is tough. Things that happened in Edgar and KK's home, what happened to Sebastian, not getting him the help that he needed and that he deserved, whether, and again, KK being a victim herself, exposing herself back to, it just shows that the pattern, she was becoming a part of that pattern. It is Cajun Juju. It really is. Whether it is trying to just put him in a certain school or whatever, or, not doing the research in order to, do the research on the school. Children had died there. It's definitely generational trauma. And it's, I mean, if KK is a victim in that, right? But if you are a victim, why is she putting her son in that danger? Why would you put your son, who had already been through this, in your home in California, Katie, in your home in California? He had already been through it. You had let him down. You let him down, Katie. After that had already happened under your roof. And this had changed him forever. You then let him around your mother, who is and will always be a pedo. 99 years on probation. I've never even heard of 99 years of probation until this case. Not only did she keep it from Seth, Chris kept it from Nina. The courts was never notified. Nina did not know about it until Seth spoke about it.
Okay, guys, so the courts were never notified. I thought that was a huge bombshell moment, right? Because Nina's sending Faith over to the Proudfeets, right? And they kept the fact that Sebastian was speaking with a registered tier 3 SO, like Katie's mother, from Seth, and then also kept this information from Nina. So it just kind of makes you sit and wonder how many times that beautiful little girl had to sit on the phone with the registered SO, watching her from an iPhone FaceTime. It's really actually like the saddest shit ever. Hey, show poodles. I see Carla Booth in here. Thanks, Carla, for being here. Lori, good to see you always. And Criminal Med, very good to see all of you guys. Welcome in everyone that's coming in. So that's kind of where we left off there. In the beginning, Justin says that he believes that there's going to be a lot of feet supporters. And I do believe that, because historically in true crime, we've witnessed this many, many times, right? We have fangirls for Chris Watts. We have fangirls for Ted Bundy. Ew. We have fangirls for many, many cretins and creeps, and then we also have fanboys for the naughty women that are locked away. Now it really bothers me, and this is something that, again, historically we see in true crime, that these registered SOs are serve no time for their crimes. These are sex crimes against children, and whatever type of activities that they are doing, assaulting these children, I believe that they should never be out of prison. I think that they need to stay exactly where they are. And I think that they should never see the light of day again. Let them mess with each other in the jail and let the jailers figure it out. That's my opinion. And I'm not sorry about it, because I think that if that was to be more prevalent, that we would see a lot less of these children being victimized, re-victimized. Some of them don't ever get a chance to get justice because these people skate free. In Crystal McCrory Jones's case, we have the gentleman who did the wellness check, who was also a sheriff deputy at the time, was a friend of Tony's, did the well check on Crystal and found her in her bed, right? This man actually has a history of grooming a young woman by putting presents in her mailbox and violently sexually assaulting her. In my opinion, someone like that doesn't ever see the light of day, but somehow he was able to pay the family off, and it's horrific. And that's just obviously another piece that we see, and it's this absolutely disgusting comorbidity with crimes and other crimes. So you'll see typically many of these existing in the same situation. And I think that if we can at least knock out some of these predators, we might be in a little bit better shape. That's just my opinion. Justin asks his viewers what everybody thought was interesting and eye-opening, and I thought that was a great question. Many people were saying Grandma Frances. So Grandma Frances is referring to Katie's biological mother, who did hurt her as a child, and we won't go into this, but I do want to focus on the fact that Katie's mother was speaking to Sebastian on the regular, and Seth found this out, and it was very unfortunate that he had to find this out, and it was kind of too little too late, right? Because Sebastian's missing. I just can't imagine what he's going through. I mean, it's insult to injury, right? Should never happen. So allegedly, the day before or the day of, Sebastian was subjected to the registered SO, who has 99 years probation, is a tier 3 sex offender, and served 10 years. allegedly 10 years. And generational trauma is talked about. Now, we talked about this a lot on this show, and then also in one of my videos, I have a really good depiction on what generational trauma looks like, kind of as a visual. I'm a pretty visual person, and so I enjoy that kind of stuff for example purposes and just to kind of illustrate what we're discussing. But generational trauma is referring to things that happen in our past, right? Things that are in our family that it's not our fault, right? Because we're just born into our family and we can't help it. And you know, we're all going to have some type of trauma if we live long enough, is my view on that. But I think minimizing that and then not repeating the cycles is really important to understand and implement, you know, so we don't continue on with these patterns, because we don't want to re-victimize, and we don't want our children going through it, right? We want better for our children. And I think that's across the board something that most parents feel like. So again, Justin talks about KK being a victim, extreme compassion for her. I also have extreme compassion for her. I also echo the sentiment that when we're little and things happen to us, or when we experience life when we're little, some events that are major, like something like that, changes who we are. It happens as we grow through life too. We may experience something similar to this a little bit later on. It's just, do we have coping skills to deal with it, or don't we? Are we equipped, or aren't we? When we're very, very little, we don't possess those. That's something that's learned, and as we grow. But again, even if you are, say, 18, 21, 25, and these things, something like a sex crime happens to you, it can leave you changed. And no trauma, in my opinion, is greater, less than, or equal to someone else's trauma, because we all deal with it differently. We're all human beings, and we all deserve an environment that we don't have to survive in, that we can live freely in, right? So whenever we can choose to do that ourselves, or whenever we take the stand and make that happen, protect it with everything you have. And that's just, you know, my opinion. So we don't understand, a lot of us, why Sebastian was being allowed to speak with this woman who is his grandmother, and I understand that. But the problem is that she's not allowed to be around children at all, and having access to them is very dangerous for the child involved. And that goes for Faith as well, because why were they hiding it from Nina if it was all good? You don't typically hide things, especially when you are trying to be a good co-parent. And it's just not, it's not okay to do that. You know, it needs to be open lines of communication, best interest of the child. Obviously it doesn't always work out that way. So topped with that, on top of that, is Sebastian's experience in California under their roof with a child who did sexually assault Sebastian. Sebastian wasn't getting adequate help that he needed and deserved. And so I really believe that Katie, whether she did it purposely or she did it because of the level of trauma and mental illness kind of kicked in, the patterns repeated. And so that's what we never want, right? Is that pattern to be repeated with our children. But at the end of the day, it's in my opinion that she was not adequately protecting Sebastian as a mother would, putting Sebastian in danger, putting her son in danger. They kept it from Seth. They kept it from Nina. Carla Booth says, I still think that something happened and they were afraid for CPS to know. I think that Chris was already banned from the house and could not live there. This would put them in big trouble. Yeah, I do lean towards that as well, just because it's very odd that he wasn't coming home on the weekends. Typically, when there's a family, you come home on the weekends, right? If you're a good father, husband, you come home because you want to see your family. You're not forced to see your family. You want to be around your family. I think that's very important to recognize. And then also, I found it to be odd, again, like I said last night, that whenever Faith was being dropped off at the airport, we had a whole family, right? We had mom, dad. Granted, he's a stepdad, so just, titles were their due, right? Because I'm a big believer in that. And then you have the 3 children, right? One of them is going to be leaving, so everybody gets together. They all say goodbye. We love you. We're praying, over you, and we want you to have a safe trip, and we can't wait to see you back, and we hope you have a wonderful time. Normal family dynamic. We don't see that with Chris and Katie at all. They're there filming it, acting fools, in my opinion, mucking it up. Hey, Lori. Yeah, hey, Jude agrees. Carla, that was a good statement. Thank you. Oh, show poodles. I hope it went well for you too, honey. Butter Biscuit says, in my opinion, Katie didn't care how much anyone treated Sebastian, or she would have removed herself and Sebastian out of Chris's life. Yeah, I mean, it's, I understand it can be really difficult. I'm just struggling to see like the want of her leaving. I don't see her really wanting to leave the situation. And again, it could be due to problems from the past. But I don't see her wanting to do that because we don't really see a very heavy element of financial abuse, which is usually something where, somebody's kind of stuck, if you will. And that's the MO of the abuser. That's what they want. They want you to feel like you can't get out. No one's going to want you. You're not going to be able to make it on your own. Whatever they tell you, whatever's going to make them feel better about, dragging you down. Lori says, Carla, bingo. Aw, sorry, show poodles. Hear that? Hey, little Reddo. Yeah, it is unbelievable, Chloe. It's really unbelievable. I was actually kind of shocked at it. I know there was some talk about it, and I was completely shocked. I really was. Thanks, Lori. Hey, little Miss Sharon. Good to see you. Good to see you. I was shocked. Hey, Rocco. Good to see you. Yeah, Wade Wilson is another one, and that guy's like completely tatted up, and he's really weird looking, in my opinion. I mean, I don't want him to come for me, but yeah. And then that Luigi. I mean, it's whatever floats your boat, but Chloe had a jinx moment with Rocco there. But yeah, like I don't know. It's just kind of it's odd to me, because, and I guess there has been some research done where like sometimes it's more or less like women like to go for the jailbirds because I don't know, they like taking care of somebody, but there's a lot of people that need to be taken care of that are nice people that deserve it, not people that are harming other people and unaliving them and graping them and ugh. Butter Biscuit says, example, Gypsy Rose had over 250. Butter Biscuit, spot on. Example, Gypsy Rose had over 250 people sending her letters from all over the world and people calling her queen, which is crazy in my opinion. It's totally crazy in my opinion too. And that I mean, Gypsy Rose's whole story, we were spoon-fed a narrative by the media, painting her mother as someone who had Munchausen by proxy, and then we find out later that it was really her defense attorneys that came up with that. And it just really goes to show that we can't always believe everything we hear and see, because a lot of times what's being manufactured and put out there is just that, it's what they want us to see and hear. It's not always the truth. And Gypsy Rose's story was one that like completely floored me, especially because I lived in Springfield, Missouri. So I'm very familiar with the way things are run there. uh Jen, thanks, Jen, that's so sweet. Thank you, thanks for the peace sign, I love it. um I love having you guys as part of my community. Well, it's our community. And Brandy and Indy says, I initially thought CP groomed KP to dislike Sebastian, but now knowing this history, I also believe that KP never cared enough for Sebastian. Yeah, it's it's not far-fetched. Oops, sorry guys, I just kicked my table. It's not far-fetched to come to that sort of a conclusion. At the very end of Lore Lodge, they were discussing behaviors of people who have been essayed in the past, right? And part of that would be having accidents, right? When you're not when you know fully how to, take care of yourself in that way, all of a sudden you start having these accidents because it's a fear trauma response, right? And it's something, psychological that's happening a lot of the times. Not always, it's not always directly correlated, but in the same way, it's something to really consider. So thanks, Brandy and Indy. I can understand how, we would come to that conclusion, unfortunately. Um, show poodles. Yeah, Wade is so yeah. Detroit Rock City, Rocco Love. I know, so disgusting. Wade is so creepy. He is creepy, and I don't even know the half of what he's done. Hey, Bless, good to see you. Um, yeah, it's so crazy, and then to see all these women, and his like commissaries always, taken care of, and it's just. And even like Paul Ferguson, he has a lady. That kid's real creepy in my opinion. Like, I don't even know what to think about that kid. He's the one that helped his mother systematically torture his brother and starve him to death. Um, hey, Teresa. And there's girls lining up for Paul. So, I mean, ugh, it's weird because you wouldn't think people would want that in their life. You know what I mean? You'd think they'd want to keep far away from it, but some people are drawn to it. It's very strange to me because, you always kind of try to look for a normal person, right? I mean, most people do, but not always. But yeah, I mean, it just goes back to the fact that I think they'll always have supporters for sure. And then some people just don't want to admit when they're wrong. People have like really overinflated egos and they can't handle it. So they can't be like, yeah, I was wrong. You know what I mean? Like, we're all wrong at some point in time. Um, we're all wrong sometime. Um, and Criminal Med says, I don't understand why we can't put these folks in jail until they produce Sebastian like we did with the Elijah Vu's monster caregivers. That's a really good point, Criminal Med. And I think people are getting very antsy for that. I can say that I am too. I will say that maybe they are stubbornly waiting to find Sebastian. Maybe they think they will find him soon, which is fantastic news if that's the case. And then another working theory of mine is that they don't want to charge without having Sebastian. Although when I did research, and I only did a simple Google search, guys, so definitely do your own research on it. But 80% of cases are convicted without a body in Tennessee. So there's that. I don't think that Sebastian's case was handled properly in the beginning, and I think that there's a fair amount of not wanting to come out and admit that themselves as well. So I do think that they want to make sure that the one bite at the apple they do get, that they're going to be able to, have a smooth conviction, yada, yada, yada. But I know it's frustrating, I mean, I don't want them, thanks, Lori. I don't want them to, hey, Jude, me too. I run from face tattoos too. But, I don't have any tattoos, guys. So I'm like really, I mean, I used to have some stuff pierced back in the day, but not anymore, except for my ears. But I'm like, I don't have any tattoos, so I think I'd look really strange with somebody who was like that tatted up. We kind of wouldn't be equally yoked in that regard. And Vic says, I think you're right, Brandy and Indy. Yeah, I mean, you guys make really great points, and it's just really, it's hard. It's really, really hard. Hey, Star. And Cuckoo Kachu says, agree, Brandy. If she endured horrific abuse at the hands of her own mother, she's broken. She never bonded with Sebastian, gone to the Navy. Yeah, and that's what's extremely difficult to, I don't understand that dynamic just because, as a mother, it's like the first time that you feel your baby move, it's like a bonding experience, in my opinion. I was like completely like blown away by that. And I had my daughter at the same time. Katie had Sebastian, right? Because I was young. I was a week before my 19th birthday. I found out I was pregnant with her. And I still grasped the magnitude of what was happening. Obviously it was the best feeling ever. I mean, it's like wonderful, right? It's a gift from God, in my opinion. So I just don't understand how you don't bond with your child as a mother. Now, a father, I can understand how it might be a little bit different the first time maybe they hold the baby. I know that they were talking yesterday about Chris and how he really didn't, he had to be asked to hold Faith and things like that. I mean, I did find that to be a little bit strange, but it's not like it's an uncommon thing that I've never heard of, in terms of just, and maybe you dads out there can tell me different, how you felt or whatever. But in the same way, it's like, I don't know. It's just something that we begin to bond with the baby right away. In my opinion, that's what I did. Anyway, so. And Criminal Med says, what did she do? Do I want to know? Well, she, in terms of her going off to the Navy, I think it was just one of those things where, while she was gone, it seemed like Sebastian was a little bit more with his dad, and bonded with his dad. And I honestly, I don't feel like there's anything wrong with it necessarily. I think it's a positive thing if either parent bonds, but it is a little bit strange for me as a mom. I and I'm not knocking anybody, but it's just, to me, I can't understand it totally. Show poodles, one of your rules too. It's a deal breaker. It's a deal breaker. Can you guys see me? Give Show Poodle some love over there. Hey Jude, but I dig lipstick on Justin. Justin's makeup is on point. That's all I gotta say. Like, I need some help from Justin. I'm not a makeup artist by any means. You guys probably already know that, but I come up here and do my thing. And Brandon Indy says, I know Sebastian was around KP's mom yet. Are we sure she SA'd him? No, I don't. I don't think so. Like, okay, so according to Seth, whenever Katie was up in Virginia, she went to dinner with her dad. And Sebastian was left with Grandma Suzanne and Grandma Frances. And Grandma Frances wasn't supposed to be around him. And so whenever Seth called to talk to Sebastian, he's like, who's all at the house? And Sebastian's like, da 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 da, like tell him the truth, because he probably didn't realize, right? And his dad's like, wait, what? And then so he just gets the local PD on the phone and sends him over for a well check. And in my opinion, Katie should have been arrested that day. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not up for like big witch hunts or anything like that. I don't think that, we should do that. I think it's more of a see something, say something. But in the same way, why did the police allow that? It should have never been allowed, period. It's not a free skate by get out of jail free card because you're in the Navy. It's not a get out of jail free card because, oh, I have generational trauma. If you put your child in danger, if you put any child in danger and you leave that child with a registered SO, 99 years probation to year 3, that means the rest of her life, right? Because she's not going to live that many years. I just don't understand what happened there. And then poor Seth is all the way in California trying to do this well check. And then according to Seth, that was the last straw for Katie. She was done with him after he ratted her out for having the kids around, having his son around and a registered SO. I mean, I'd have done the same thing. I don't know. I probably would have hitchhiked to Virginia. I'm gonna, Brandy and Indy, I'm just gonna read the rest of your comment here. I'm sorry. I'm not taking it up for KP, just asking for clarification, but I get it. You don't take your kids around those people. Yeah, absolutely. No, I think that clarification is really necessary. So thank you, Brandy and Indy. Yeah, because there's a difference, right? Obviously, if he was not hurt, that's wonderful. We don't want him to be hurt. Hey, Rob Beanie. So yeah, thank you for asking, because clarification is important. Hey, Baba Rose, good to see you. Oh, you're not late. You're just fine. Oh, I'm so sorry. Aw, love you too, Baba Rose. I hope your sister's feeling better. We're gonna say prayers for her. Aw. Butter Biscuit says, sometimes you miss having a closeness with your own family, but to make your children's lives better, you have to stay away from your own family. Yeah, absolutely. I am a big believer in, if somebody's toxic for you, it doesn't matter who it is. It's a good to set healthy boundaries. It's just, if somebody tells you that they don't like a behavior and you keep doing it, it's kind of wrong, right? So you just kind of have to find that respect. And if somebody's not going to respect you, you have every right to tell them that you don't want to deal with their crap anymore, in my opinion. I think that's super healthy. And I think that people will feel better in the long run if they do that. It hurts. It is not easy to do. Sometimes we'll miss the person that we thought we had, right? But at the end of the day, it's about our mental health. It's about keeping our kids safe. It's about keeping ourselves healthy, right? Because none of us are promised tomorrow, and stress is, stress red rums, it's something that you don't even see it coming sometimes, and you just have a damn heart attack because you have so much stress. So, hey, Lisa, Opinion, good to see you. And Brandy and Annie says, yes, there is no room for growth in a controlled environment. There just really isn't. And that's the thing that was so sad about Sebastian's situation, is they weren't setting him up for success, right? So, Seth talks about this, and he talks about how he's not really happy with it, right? He says that he tries to set Sebastian up for success, but then it seems like they're setting him up for failure. The best example that I could have given of that, and it's a horrific example, but it's the fact that they wanted Sebastian to ride around, roll around in pull-ups, right? Or Depends. And knowing full and well that he is capable of using the bathroom, that he was having accidents due to a trauma response. Instead of loving and carrying him through it, they automatically told Seth, here's all of his underwear, and you take all of his underwear and he can wear it at your house, but over here he's going to wear this. And to me, that is setting someone up for failure. It's not helping them. If you love somebody, you want to help them. You don't want to see them suffering. It's just so sad, man. It's so sad. Hey, Star. Aw, thanks, Vic. Butter Biscuit says, I truly believe Chris suffered from abuse in some form, in my opinion, emotionally, physically, or mentally. Absolutely. In my opinion, narcissistic traits are formed from some of the most psychologically damaging trauma that we could ever see, right? We definitely see a very damaged person in a narcissist, someone whose ego is so big that any type of little tiny blow to it, whether it's meant to happen or anything, will cause a rage, will cause them to completely flip their shit. And that is definitely a trauma response, right? But it's just looked at a little bit differently because of the aftermath. Like when Nina says, the pain that Christopher Proudfoot has brought to my family has been so traumatic for us that we are always looking over our shoulder. We are always in fear. And that's because Chris's ego was bruised and now he's out for a vendetta. And that's exactly how those people operate. They can't let it go. They can't live and let live. They have to keep on with the vendetta. And if they don't satiate their need for revenge, then they're not happy. And so even if they get a small bit of revenge on you, they're still going to come after you. They'll never stop. It's a very toxic trait. In my opinion, you want to set boundaries with those people and you want to keep them at arm's length, especially if you're a giver. Takers will take as much as they can, and you also just want to protect you and your heart, because some of us wear our hearts on our sleeves, and we do put ourselves out there in a vulnerable way. And I wouldn't say that that's a bad thing. I would say that it's a bad thing for the other people to try to make us bitter. So I completely agree, Butter Biscuit. That was really well said. Hey, Charlie. Cuckoo Cuckoo says, oh, thank you, Show Poodles. I'm always glad to have you here. I'm sorry, I almost skipped over that one. Thank you. And Cuckoo Cuckoo says, did you guys see that mess with Katie's stepdad? Hope that's not the dad she was visiting with Seth called and found out about GMA Francis. Yeah, because that would be right around the same time. I saw the photo today and I threw up in my mouth a little bit. Like, that guy, oh gosh. Yeah, I was like, is this like for real the dad? Like her dad? And like, yeah. I don't know Cuckoo Cuckoo. And I'll do some research. I actually received that like around 6 or 7 today, and when I saw it, I was like, ooh, I was like, that's freaking nasty. Like, Criminal Med, thank you. Oh boy, oh no. Oh. Hopefully it isn't anything broken. Oh, Oh gosh, open heart surgery is really tough. Oh my gosh, it's very hard on somebody. Well, we're praying for your sister Baba Rose. Okay, so yeah, hey Jude says cuckoo cuckoo, it's insane with that stepdad. Um, I just think that like also birds of a feather flock together, so it doesn't surprise me, but thank you for confirming that, hey Jude, because I was like, ooh, you know. Yeah, Baba Rose is a good sister, hey Jude. And the family members that are close to us and good to us and everything, that's the gold in life, right? Those are the people that we keep close. People that hurt us and stuff like that, they don't deserve a seat at our table, in my opinion. And so we make our own table. Ooh, I mean, Detroit Rock City, I just couldn't even. I was like, oh my gosh, really? I mean, the ladies in like the 50s movies where they just like fall over and swoon, like, oh, like that's how I felt. I was like, oh my God, not this. Not to make light of it because it's absolutely gross, but I was just kind of like, and Kathy Kincaid, good to see you. Oh, she had a hard day. I went to court today. Oh my goodness. Oh, sweetheart. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Kathy. I didn't mean to pop that up. Oh my Jesus. You're an amazing grandma and keep fighting for him. Oh my God. And these kids don't deserve it. It's absolutely insane. His name is Larry McClure with a hideous legal history. Oh, God. Okay, I do remember that Brandy and Indy JL are doing. I remember seeing these characters, right? And then, yeah, I do remember that actually. Now that you're saying that, ugh, these people. Ugh. Okay, I will do it. I will grab a barf bag and Google Mr. McClure. Teresa says, in my humble opinion, Katie has never found out any peace within her childhood. Yeah, or she has never found any peace within her childhood. She allegedly has issues with promiscuous behaviors. And that is common. Teresa, thanks for your comment. That is very common when somebody is, changed by another person that does that to them. And, it's so important to make sure that we get help for these situations so that we don't, re-victimize ourselves in the process either. Because sometimes, you will see elements even of people trying to make themselves like super undesirable to other people because of what has happened to them. And I think that's um, very sad, and it's a defense mechanism, right? It's like, well, nobody's going to want to touch me now, so F them. And it's unfortunate. And then you have the flip side of that, and it's all about really having a good support system and being able to have somebody to talk to, talking it through, therapies, and then also um, when you can come to the realization that it's not your fault. Show poodles, man, I am tough. Cowgirl up and all. Wink. Show poodles, that's right. Yeah, exactly. I'm so glad too, Mitty. That's so serious. He's very lucky. We all need a support system, right? Especially little kids. We have to be there for them. It's not right. Yeah, Butter Biscuit, I agree. Katie has a look of a battered wife and guilt on her face. She is in an interview with her white surf, black stripes, in my opinion. Yeah. I honestly believe that two things can be true, and I know that a lot of people are like, look, I don't agree with that. I don't think so. I really do think that both can be true. I think she can be being mistreated by the Foot clan and Mr. Foot. And then I also believe that she does have that streak in her where it's very possible that she had something to do with Sebastian's disappearance. So that's my opinion. Yeah, do I think that she is a battered wife? Yes, I do. Do I think that she could have done something to Sebastian? Yes, I do. You know what I mean? It is what it is. And I hate that. You know what I mean? I don't want that for anybody. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. But I do think it's important to remember. And then I also think it's important to, um, just kind of keep it in the back of your mind and stuff like that. We don't know what happened here, but we do have to explore all possibilities, because if we didn't do that, then we wouldn't be doing Sebastian justice. And Cuckoo Two says one thing that gets left out is that he had a child with Annie before he married Amanda. So messy. Child with Annie before Amanda. I'm sorry, Cuckoo. Are you talking about McClure? Yeah, he did. Okay, so yeah, it's okay. JLR did a live about Paul. Okay, yeah, I do remember that, and that was so long ago. I'll have to go check it out again, because I know I watched it. Because I remember learning about Francis, and maybe I was so like floored about Francis that I didn't remember McClure. Um, yeah, absolutely, Detroit Rock City. Oh, Kathy. Those gotta love those men in uniform. And Rocco Love says 50K raised for Luigi. He's from extremely wealthy family. Wow, or 500K. Jesus. Oh my gosh. Aw. Of course, Baba Rose, we love you. Commitment issues or abandonment issues. Yeah, I mean, totally. And that's the thing. Like, sometimes you're not going to want to trust anybody ever again, or sometimes you're going to, always feel like, that codependency, right, factor. And, no matter what somebody does, you're always like, I need you. And they're like, chill out. And it's just important to work through it, because the thing about therapy is that, like, there's certain tools. Now, some of them, I believe me, I was like looking at a counselor like, "Are you serious? You want me to do that?" But then there's other ones that were like really made sense to me, and so I took those ones and I put them in my toolbox. You don't have to do every single thing they say, but you can try it out, and if it doesn't work for you, then that's off the table. And then if it does work for you, then that's great. You have something to work with. There's a lot of things. Even like tapping and different things. Sometimes if I just keep a rhythm about something, if I'm, dealing with a traumatic situation, it's kind of like, I can kind of get myself out of it. And so that's one thing that I'll use just as an example. But there's many, many things that we can do, and it's not always going to be the same for everybody. It's going to be specific to whoever's using it, and whatever works for the people that is going through it, right? Because not everybody experiences it the same, and not everybody will want to deal with it the same. We just can't do unhealthy things like, just anything unhealthy for you. And I say that, and I'm a smoker. But it's like that is probably the most unhealthy thing, that I could be doing for myself. But in the same way, just keeping mindful of it. And Criminal Med said, "Is CP's mom still with Larry?" I don't think so. I think she just lives on that the little complex, like on their property that they all share or whatever. Like, I think. Ugh, weird. Aw, hey Jude, Kathy Kincaid, you're my hero. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes. And if you're a hero for kids, that's who you want to be a hero for, right? Because they're the ones that can't help it. They can't do anything for themselves. You know, we have to help them. Blessed, thank you so much. I feel very blessed by you for gifting 5 Lady Freedom memberships. And if you get a membership, please tell Blessed thank you. And also welcome to Lady Freedoms. We're the free birds around here, I guess. That's our thing. The free birds, lady free birds, and if you're a guy, you're a free bird. Show Poodle says, I misunderstood your comment, Minnie. Love the poodles. Well, all dogs, cats, horses. Okay, animals, country girl. I love them all too. I love them all too. Did Katie's interview come out? No, Lori, not yet. I think it's going to come out. Somebody told me, and I wrote it down. My notes are really, yikes. I cross things out as I talk about them, guys. It's a really hot mess over here. You don't want to see this notebook. I think it's sometime like at the end of the month near Sebastian's 1-year anniversary of been missing. You know, and honestly, if Fox News doesn't give her like the real deal this time, I'm going to be mad. I love Lawrence from Fox News. Hey, Trishy. No, that's all right. Great to see you, Kai Kai. Thank you. I'd like to see it done by my pick for the interview, and you guys can let me know what you think in the comments below. My pick for the interview would be Joey Jones. If he would interview Katie and Chris, I would die. Or if we had Jesse Waters do it, because he's funny and he also is very snarky and he's got that like New York attitude and he ain't gonna take shit from anybody. So I would like to see one of those two do it next time. And I don't know who they're going to have do it, but that's my, that was so sweet, Blessed. Thank you, and generous. So, yeah. Munchausen by proxy is extremely hard to diagnose and prove, in my opinion. Yeah, well, and also when we go back and look over the evidence, it's kind of alarming what we find when it comes to Gypsy Rose's mom, because also she wasn't here to defend herself. So when you're looking at Dee Dee Blanchard, you're like, holy cow, maybe she was really like a victim of Gypsy. And then also Gypsy seemed like a little ringleader. Oh gosh, I would love to do a deep dive into Gypsy, but it would take me a little bit to gather everything up, because like I said, all of the research and everything that we had seen prior to her getting out of prison was all like, oh, poor Gypsy. And I was all about like, you know, free Gypsy, get her the help she needs. That poor girl doesn't deserve to be locked up. She needs help. And then all the while she's manipulating. And it's just like a completely wild story of her manipulating Nick Godejohn. I mean, we didn't even have the correct picture of Dan, the other man that she was seeing and everything. And he was, you know, portrayed in the act. And then we were like, people were like passing around this picture of Dan, and it wasn't even Dan. So that story, it blows my mind. Maybe we can do something on a members only for that, because I do have to get a members only going for you guys. Maybe I'll do a poll on my community wall for a members only, and I'll give a couple options and see what you guys want to do, because it'll be my first members only, so I'll be brand new to it. Thanks, little Miss Sharon. Oh, good, Kathy. Oh, I'm so happy to hear that. You know, and we just got to do what's best for them. Just got to. It's not fair to not do what's best. Yeah, she is a Rosen. Thank you, Cuckoo Kachu. So I think they're divorced criminal med. Cuckoo Kachu says she's a Rosenbaum now. So yeah, and they all live in that little property. But apparently, like according to Tony, they went up and checked it out. So I'm so glad that they did that. You know, Minnie and super sweet, super sweet. KP's sister was also convicted. Yeah, the family has a lot of colorful characters, and then for Chris to say that he didn't really have any like knowledge of this, I mean, come on, you know. Gotcha, Cuckoo Kachu, thanks. Amanda, I'm gonna write them down. And Anna, because I do need a little bit of a refresher course on that. Hey, C. Taylor, good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Convicted for what, please? Yeah. Oh, there you go. Thank you. Hey, Jude. Those are custom emojis. I got to make some more for you guys. We got one for Crystal. We got the flying monkeys. We got the pug love. Oh, good, Chloe. I'm glad you're back. We love Chloe here. And stepsister technically. Yeah, see, and that's the thing. They've got step siblings in the mix. And, you know, obviously there were a lot of issues, and Katie left at 18. And that's what Seth was talking about too in the interview. So it's interesting. Butter biscuits. Donna, always good to see you. Hey, Denise Kelly. Is there a name for what? Is there a name for not protecting your kid? Rocco Love says, it should have been criminal, yet they searched the landfill and they needed cause to do that. Exactly. And we still don't know what that cause was. Someone speculated in the comments about it possibly being, they were looking for cameras, which I was like, you know, that very well could be. I kind of gathered that a little bit more after the fact, because I was wondering, obviously, if you're going to a landfill, you're not really searching for a person who is alive, right? So that's a grim situation. But then again, they could have been searching for, you know, like their trash, really, like receipts that they could have purchased things with. They could have been searching for the camera equipment. They could have been searching for just anything pertaining to the case. So not necessarily looking for Sebastian, but just looking for evidence. So yeah, good point, Rocco. Thank you. And hey, Jude, I don't think so. He stays in prison a lot. His home is in prison. That's where he belongs. Chloe J says, that's right. That's right, Rocco Love. I'm side-eyeing that too, Criminal Mad. I mean, we all were hard, because like even I remember doing like one of my like older videos, you know, one of my first ones, and I'm like, they keep saying this is precautionary, but there's something more with this landfill, you know, and I just couldn't put my finger on it. And you know, it was a much younger video, so you know, if you guys want to go watch it, it's just, you know, they just bear in mind they got better as I tried to make them better as they gone on. But it's something that has been really really interesting, and we talked a lot about it. They can't, you know, you can't really search anywhere without getting a warrant or permission. And so then there was always that too, that was kind of like, you know, volleyball back and forth. Well, did they need to get permission? Were they given permission? JD McMurtry is where the residential trash is taken, and then the dumpsters is taken to Nashville. And so like the construction dumpsters and stuff, but they do sometimes use different facilities if one is full. Another thing to consider is that the landfill was actually, they had a specific area pinpointed by whoever dumped the trash that day, of where it was dumped and that sort of thing. So, yeah, criminal med, I do feel that way too. And I try really hard to kind of relate, but it's difficult. I just hit myself with the mic, but it's difficult, because I just can't, I just don't know why they're not searching, for one. For two, I don't see why we wouldn't have gotten more information on kind of what happened that day, right? We talked to this person. I got up and took a shower. It's all been very vague. And then they add things in as they know that new developments came out in the case. Like, Sebastian took the trash out. It's his chore to take it to the end of the driveway. We heard that in Chronicles of Olivia. She drove around to the school because she was caught on camera at the school. And so all of those things really factor into what could have been really happening, in my opinion, because we didn't get a straight story out of Katie and Chris. And then Chris, I don't know why he was even interviewed, because if he wasn't home, then why would he need to be interviewed by anyone? I mean, maybe that sounds insensitive on my part, but if he wasn't home since the beginning of February, then how would he know what's going on? He wouldn't have. So it leads me to believe that maybe he was around. And then we hear that his car was on the geo tracker, right? Or his truck was. So Rocco Love says, I don't search landfill, or excuse me, they don't search landfills early on for just any missing teen. So what do they know more? Probably. Yeah, I think so. I think they know a lot more. I think that they have kept like whatever they have close to the vest, but I also, and these days I am trying to put the whole snuggle struggle stuff behind me and focus on, the two that are still working on Sebastian's case. I'm doing that as a courtesy to the family. Seth and, Tony have said that they are working with them closely. And so that does give me hope. And it's something that I will consider, obviously, but I think they mishandled it from the beginning. I really do. I don't feel like they were only operating off the assumption that Sebastian walked off, and that was their major fault, in my opinion. Can they ever go back on it? Not really. Hopefully they gathered the right type of evidence for, what they needed. But if they're only operating off the assumption that he walked off, I think that they fell short doing that. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Hey, Jude, attachment disorder trauma. Yeah, absolutely. Most definitely. Teresa says, I agree. In my opinion, Katie didn't bond with Sebastian and said she ran to the Navy and she's still running. Yeah, it just doesn't seem like a caring mother, right? I mean, it's just very bizarre to all of us that kind of think about if our kid was missing or if our child went missing out of our care. There would be a definite level of guilt from a healthy person, right? Like, how could I have missed what happened? You would be running through the last time you saw him, which according to Katie was around 9:00 that night. And then you would be running through that night like, oh my gosh, okay, so I heard the thud at 10. I last saw him at 9, and then I heard the thud at 10, and then I went to bed at 12, and then I wake up in the morning and it's 6 a.m. and he's gone. You would be always, thinking back on that time and wanting to talk about it, in my opinion, but she doesn't want to. They want to hide it, so. Butter Biscuit. She says to Chris and Katie, Google it, y'all. You can be charged even if the body isn't found. Exactly. And I agree with that. 80%, guys, I did look it up, 80% conviction rate without having that a person is evidence, you know. Brandy and Indy says moms bond before a child is even born, in my experience. Same here. Same here. Because you understand how special that is, you know. Not everybody gets to feel that, you know. You have to have people hurry over, come on, hurry, you know. But you're just like sitting there, you feel it all the time, or you just like see like aliens, you know. You see like an arm, you're like, whoa, that was weird, you know. Especially when you get bigger and, you know, more pregnant. Aw, I am too, Bear. Good to see you. She says, I hated pregnancy. I had morning sickness for 6 months. Yeah, and I mean, and that's another thing. All of our journeys are different, right? I will say that. So it's definitely something where, you know, it's not going to be the same for everybody. Some people will have a C-section. Some people will have, you know, some people will have just a natural, or however you'd say it, birthing experience. Some people do the water births, some people do, you know, it's all different. And then also we are all different. So some people get like diabetes while they're pregnant, but they didn't have it before and they don't have it after. It's a very, you know, life-changing, body-changing event. Like some people have even said that like their shoe size got bigger, or one of my friends was like, my nose got bigger every time, and we would laugh about it, you know, and we'd joke. And she's like, I swear. I'm like, no, it did not. And she's like, yes, it did. And so, you know, we just sit there and laugh about it. But oh, hyperstophilia is when the people who fall for prisoners. Oh, is that what she's asking? Yeah, like I that is, I didn't know there was like an actual term for that. I just I just thought it was crazy. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you, Chloe Jade. So hyperstophilia. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Yeah, I did too, Lori, except for like I was pregnant in the summertime and I was like, "Oh, I can't wait." But like that was really the only thing, but I did too. I did too. Um, it was a good experience. Hey, Lois, good to see you. All right, guys, let's watch this next clip with Justin. Hey, Mountain Mama, good to see you. Good to see everybody come in. I'm sorry I'm so behind on these comments over here. Donna B, why would you have a little baby and go into the Navy? I was in the military and you are away for weeks at a time. I wouldn't want to leave my child for weeks at a time. That's a really good point, Donna. I wouldn't be able to do that either. But, you know, I do try not to, you know, fault anybody for making a choice like that. But I do understand, like, I mean, it would be hard. It would definitely be hard. There you go. Okay. Thanks, Star. Hybristophilia. Maybe hybristophilia. Bleh. Either way. Hey, TJ. Good to see you. There is way too much dysfunction in Katie's family for her to be normal, and those are only the parts we know. Yeah, and it is sad. I am too, Bear, and I agree with your statement there. It is. There's a lot. There's a lot. Far too much, in my opinion. Far too much. Okay, guys, we're just gonna go this next clip.
Why? Was her affair right in her? I don't know Rhonda, I don't know what you mean by that. Yes. You cannot do that. Everywhere there was harm done that we know about and that can be proven, it happened under Edgar and KK's home. I wonder. It's something I'm not really comfortable talking about, Rose, but you have to be an incredibly twisted person to not only go through that, what you went through, KK, and then your child went through that, and then you expose him to the person who victimized you. It's unreal. Well, War Eagle, I really think that this is going to be a case, even after arrests are made, I believe that they will still support them. I just think that's where we are now. Thank you so much, baby kisses. Really do appreciate them. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate you, honey. I just think that is where we're at now. What was that? Oh, my camera went off. Yeah, I remember that show, Poodles. I think she meant it more for Katie when that happened. But I don't even know if Yoda knew that was going on. Let me tell you something, Tar. There's things that still has not been discussed. And mainly with Edgar and all that. Have they checked Keki's mother's house for Sebastian? One thing I can 100% tell you, 1000% tell you, and this I can tell you, there's not very many things I can tell you 100% sure, but one thing I can tell you 100% sure is Katie's mom does not have Sebastian. She does not have Sebastian. I can tell you that. Yeah, Cajun Juju. I mean, yeah, the church that they go to, and several churches in that area, of course, not all. But they want you, if you go in with something like a disability, they want to make sure there's no demons in you, because they think it's something is in you. If you don't see the hurt in Seth, I honestly wonder about your humanity, about compassion. I don't know. He is broken reality. It was done to me, or it was done to me. I came out as gay as a teenager. I come from a very, very conservative religious family, 4 pastors in my family. Within an hour, I had 4 pastors on my doorstep. The desperation to send him to Seth and the CPS filings, my heart breaks. Yeah, it's crazy. The thing is, where are they? Where are they? Thank you so much, Nurse Sandy. Thank you, my love. We need to appreciate you. Thank you, sweetheart. Much love to you, my dear. I think people should. Yeah, it's insane. It's just insane. Let people live the way they live. Let God take it up. It's not for any of us. Okay, here we go. Is he still live? Okay, he's not live now. Okay, perfect. All right. There's some things I want to show. Guys, do me a favor, hit that thumbs up button. Let's give the 2 Aidens from the Lower Lodge a round of applause. They did a great job. And Seth and Tony.
Okay, guys. And yes, TJ, that's who I was talking about, is that guy in the picture. So it is Katie's stepdad, which is gross. I would have slammed the door on him and told him to get off my property. Hells yeah. Hey, Psychic Amelia, good to see you. And I also wanted to say hey to Tammy and Crafting and Crime. Jacqueline, good to see you. Really scary, really scary. I was like, oh my gosh. Woof. So in this, hey, Lil Redo. In this one, and I'm just going to skip down, just hey, Mountain Mama. I'm just going to skip down to this one. So Um, Justin says, and I agree with him. It's a twisted person exposing the person who victimized you to the things that you were, or excuse me, let me just put it this way. The person who victimized Katie, she's exposing to Sebastian, and doing that to your child is completely twisted. Only somebody who doesn't have it all there would do something like that, in my opinion, because you don't want to expose, like most people that have gone through that, they're like, they don't ever want to see that person again. They hope that they never get out of jail, prison, whatever they're in. And they definitely wouldn't put that child in, or put that person around the child. I guess there is a lot of things that are still not discussed about Edgar, aka CP. And Sebastian is not at the Rosenbaum complex. So Katie Proudfoot's mother does not have Sebastian, and we know that indefinitely. Thank God for that. One thing I did want to discuss a little bit, and I know there was, hey, couponing, I know that there was a lot of discussion surrounding this, and I kind of didn't really talk about it too much, but I think that this would be a good segue. Apparently there's some churches in that area that think that people who have different abilities are maybe possessed by demons. And I think that that is a very archaic and maybe older kind of view. I know that sometimes people would say somebody was like possessed or whatever, and they would try to perform an exorcism on people who were different, right? We had the Salem witch trials. Hey, Rhonda. And there's just like a lot of different kind of things historically that we can look back on, and we can really kind of see that pattern. It breaks my heart that somebody put Justin through that, and I don't want to go too far into that, but I just want to say that because it is not something that I believe to be true. I think that that's just kind of fanatical, radical religious thinking, if you will. And I do understand that maybe before we had a deeper understanding of people, maybe that was something that was done out of more like an ignorance, like they didn't know any better. However, I don't think that excuses anything, and I don't think that children who have different abilities are possessed by anything. I think they are loving, caring, compassionate, smart, intuitive. They have to work a lot harder at life than we do. And then some of the things that may become really, really hard to us would become really, really easy to them. One example I can give that Seth gave just recently when speaking with the Lore Lads is Sebastian's love of playing Magic the Gathering and Dungeons and Dragons. For those of you who don't know, those are very complex card games that involve a lot of strategizing, and also are done in a social setting where these children are getting together and playing this really difficult game, and they're having to work together in kind of sometimes it might be in like an independent way, but then also in a team formation, right? Because it's kind of like a war game. It's a strategy game. So I think that Sebastian was very much underestimated. I remember hearing an interview from Duchess from The Missing, Duchess for The Missing, and Chris and Katie were on there, and Chris was going on about how Sebastian's mind didn't catch up to his body. And I'm like, and he said it just like that. You guys could check it out. And it was ridiculous. I was like, okay, whatever. But yeah, his mind isn't, his mind is not the same age as his body, yet he's able to do tournaments and go to Magic the Gathering and do these things where it's a very intelligent game, if you will, something that, I couldn't wrap my mind around, but obviously it was something that Sebastian enjoyed and he was very good at it. He had this elf deck that people were afraid to play him, because he was such a good strategizer. And then he also had this elf deck, right? And people were like, oh no, I'm not going to play. And that's saying a lot, because all of these people are very involved in these games, and they're very, very smart themselves, intelligent, even more so smart. Yeah, that was one of the ones that was kind of weird, wasn't it? Criminal Med says, I'm surprised Tyler Feller didn't get involved in this. I think his ministry is in Gallatin. Seems odd he stayed out of it, unless he's behind the B-Sox as they go to the church where he works. Yeah, and if that church in particular is into that kind of like, you know, um, that those kinds of practices, it definitely makes me wonder. It's weird. Brandy and Indy says, see, Taylor, ignorance is a choice in this situation, in my opinion. I agree. I agree with that, C. Taylor. And Brandy and Indy said, I think the church's theology is being distorted and twisted. They believe in casting out demons, but not that people are demon possessed. It makes sense. No, they do not believe autism is evil. I would hope not, because even a couple of nights ago, we heard from 5 different children who were on the spectrum, and um, I don't know. I would challenge anybody, even the greatest, um, pastor, preacher, priest. Um, that said that those children were possessed, or of anything other than God. How's that? It's absolutely awful and abhorrent, in my opinion. How dare they? Star. All right, guys, let's watch our next clip.
Yeah, he just went off there. Yeah. Seth, I can't get my bearing straight. Where are you, Edgar? Where are you, KK? Your son is missing that you say you care so deeply about. Where is it? Where is it at? Raised $1,628 for Help Us Help Kids for the missing and exploited children. That's amazing. Your job donated. Thank you all for that. I noticed. I think he looks better without the ponytail. Just my opinion. What are their plans then with Faith? What do you mean, Deborah? How so? Mothers, victims, family members, do we know? KB, I know KK was, and again, things that happen to someone when they are a child, it is not their fault, and that is why I have so much compassion for KK in that area. Right? What I don't understand is Sebastian happening under their roof, and then again, Edgar didn't tell Nina. Can you imagine how Nina would feel about that, knowing now she did not know that happened until Seth spoke about it publicly. Didn't know it happened. And you've been sending your daughter, because she's had to, remember, before they was in Tennessee, they were in California. Well, Faith had to go to California. And then after that happened to Sebastian, right, he's obviously having trouble in certain, at least in some of the homes, that Edgar and KK's home and school at times, with the diapers and the depends. and then you allowing the person that victimized you then going around them, which is one thing. That's your decision. But you allowed your son, who is already a victim, a minor, to be around her, someone that is an RSO with 99 years probation. I just cannot. Yes, he did. You're exactly right. I see you. Edgar told me he doesn't know anything about KK's past and her mother. I call bull BS. I do too. I do too. Holly, thank you so much, my dear. Really appreciate you. Very interesting. They wanted him gone before May. Thank you so much, DC. Was that May of 2024 or May of 2023? That's the question I have. I feel no, it would have been May of 2024 because I'll tell you, they got their house in. They got their house in July or August, June. Was it June of 2024? When did they get their house? Hold on. September 16th, 2022. Okay, I'm trying to think. You see, this is the thing. Nina did not know that they even moved. Like, she had no idea that they moved from their other house, which really wasn't their house. It was either Cruella's or the cousin or uncle or whatever the hell he is. Nina didn't even know that they moved. And then she found out that they, bought a house and all of that. So it makes me wonder. See, Edgar had this planned, in my opinion. They close on this house, and then later she files for full custody. Something is really, really wrong. As in back when they were still in California. I don't think it was planned that long, to be honest with you, but I don't know. DC, I'm going to think on that more. That makes me think I need to look at some dates. Thank you, Julie. KK knowingly allowing Sebastian around an RSO as a Class 3 felony in Tennessee. That is 8 to 30 years in prison. It's my mind is just fucking blown right there, to be honest with you. It's just absolutely blown.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult to wrap your mind around something like that. And so we found out a little bit more here about Nina and what she didn't know, right? So a lot of times in the parenting plan, it will say that you need to at least let the other parent know when you move houses. And it's not really, it's not set up for the other person to be able to know everything about you or to get into your business, right? It's for the best interest of the child in case something was to happen in the event like something like this happening, right? The child goes missing from their home and then you thought they lived at a different address. So Nina not knowing that they moved is a problem in my opinion. But some good news, there was $1,626, according to Justin, that was donated to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. That was the Lore lads that did that, and on Seth and Tony's interview, which I thought was amazing. They also did the same thing when they had SF on. So that's awesome. Someone was asking about what the plans are with Faith. Again, things that happened with Katie, as a child, those were not her fault, obviously. But what does cause concern is the fact that, under her roof, Sebastian was also assaulted. And then thinking about how Nina has to have felt allowing Faith to go over there without this knowledge, right? Because she may have done something differently. And in my opinion, as a parent, she has every right to make that decision for her daughter, to protect her daughter and make sure that nothing bad happens to her while she's at the other household. It's a very difficult situation. We don't have any control over what goes on at the other parent's house, and that is an issue, in my opinion. Seth spoke publicly about Sebastian being SA'd, and that is when Nina found out. Not before then. It was not an adult conversation that really needed to happen, in my opinion. It was her finding out when Seth came out and told the truth, right? And we find out that poor Sebastian was having trouble in school with accidents, and Katie was putting him in a position where he could have been re-victimized. Now, the problem I have, because I'm not saying that Sebastian did or did not get assaulted by Francis. I don't know that. But my problem is that even her being able to look at a child through a FaceTime, she is a predator. And so those predators will take advantage of that situation if they're allowed to. That's why there is definitely no reason to allow that. There is no concessions when it comes to that, in my opinion. I found it very interesting, ICU's comment. Edgar told her that he doesn't know anything about KK's past and that he didn't know anything about her mother. Well, that is a bold-faced lie, and we all know it, because if we remember, there was a call leaked, and it was of Heather PI and Chris Proudfoot, and you can hear Katie in the background. And Katie is explaining the situation, saying that it was a violent situation, that it was absolutely awful for her, and she was just a child. She said that during that phone call, Chris was sitting right there, and he's like, yeah, well, I got to get back to work. And it's like, yeah, of course you do, you fuck. So whether he wants to listen to what Katie has to say and hear her trauma, or if he doesn't, that's irrelevant to me. But the fact that he wants to bold-faced lie to somebody when they ask him about knowing or not knowing, in my opinion, he knew about it, and we have proof of it. So nice try, Edgar. And then we learn that they did purchase their home on or about September 16th, 2022, allegedly, and that Nina did not know that they moved. Again, we went over why that's probably a bad idea, and it's not really in the best interest of anybody. But they did move from another house that either Cruella or Big D, it was their house, and then they finally closed on their own home, which is the one that is in Hendersonville, Tennessee, in Victoria Place. So, there's that. Yeah, Criminal Med, I understand that. These people lie so much, it's hard to know if anything is true at all, in my opinion. I agree. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, C. Taylor. Yeah, I'm sure no contact would include phone, social media, etc. And that's the thing. I mean, it's really cut and dry. Don't give access to these kids. I mean, I think it would have been a little bit more well received if maybe there was just like a voice phone call, maybe, because then the person couldn't see the children. But in the same way, we don't know how these sick people get off on these kids. And so if this person is listening to a child's voice and that is what they're doing, gross. You know what I'm saying? That is so nasty. And to allow Sebastian to be subjected to that, to allow Faith to be in the same vicinity of that, any of that is very reckless, in my opinion, and the Proudfeet should be in jail for it. If there is evidence of this, why do they keep flying right under the radar? What are they doing? Who do they know? And why do they keep flying under the radar? I think those are valid concerns and questions for us all to have. And I don't see any problem looking at that and examining it. Hey, Brenda, good to see you. Lori. I mean, it's just Pinocchio knows all day. And Butter Biscuit says, Chris stated on a panel that if Seth kept running his mouth, he would fix it to where he couldn't open his mouth again. Same interview, Butter Biscuit. Yes, ma'am. And I wonder if he was fixed, or if he fixed it to where Sebastian couldn't talk to CPS again. I mean, it's a scary thought, but the way that Chris operates, yeah. The way that his folks seem to operate, yeah. I could totally see that. And then not only that, that was the same interview where he was like, Seth better not say what, Bobby and Carter told me and da 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 da. Yeah, or he won't open his mouth. I mean, how do these people continue to get away with the threats that they're making too? And then Chris always acting like that victim, Thanks, Brenda. Thanks, Lori. Thank you. Hey, Jude. Yeah, 1.6K raised. Yes, and that's wonderful. I think that's a very worthy cause, and I love that they did that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and that's what we should be doing, Okay, TJ, come back if you'd like. Always love having you. Deborah Dixon says, look at the real estate searches I found date as easy as F. Oh, that's funny. Yeah. And two, I think it's the one, I think it's definitely the one question that I had in the beginning, which I should have probably thought to just look at the county assessor records, because it is easy to find like who owns property where and what, so. Star says, I bet speaking on her trauma jeopardized his perfect family image in his feeble mind. I agree with that, because he was just like totally not wanting to even like have her discuss it. Like she was audibly distraught. It was a phone conversation where Katie was audibly distraught and Chris was just like, yeah, whatever. Well, I'm done threatening. He wanted to threaten Chloe, PI. He wanted to threaten everybody, under the sun, but he wasn't letting Katie, it wasn't like he was maybe even hearing her. Maybe he wasn't. But, it wasn't like he was comforting her and being like, hey, it's going to be okay. I understand, or, hey, we're going to go talk to somebody, something like that. He is not a support system, and he is feeble-minded, in my opinion. Deborah Dixon says CP is called foot and mouth. You dickhead. Oh my goodness. That's funny. He's got foot and mouth disease, all right. Brenda says, I heard that Sebastian was maybe going to testify in court for Chris's custody case, and they didn't want him to speak. Okay, so we do get that piece of information. I believe it is going to be on this next clip. So let me go ahead and play it for you guys.
All right, let me see if they've got the transcripts. Damn, it's not there yet, I don't think. Okay, it'll take a while for YouTube to put the transcripts up. Let me see if I can find where they were talking about this. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. E. Good to see you.
Necessarily everything you know now, but in that school, in that home, until you were able to get to a point where you could get him into online school and then adjust your schedule so that you could be home with him at the proper times.
Correct.
Okay. So
we have a very detailed timeline.
Yeah.
That's been created that shows cause and effect from the CPS reports, for the behavior and the family counseling reports, and it's a very compelling story, to say the least.
That's big. It was before that. Okay. That's big. It took the, 5. I mean, there was so many alarms, and let me just say, Edgar and KK kept both, meaning Seth and Nina, out of the know. They didn't want any of this known, in my opinion. In the case Nina comes, she needs to have a judge order CP to notify. Lori, this is the thing. Everything is supposed to be documented. Everything. Janet, thank you so much. I'm grateful. Thank you so much, Janet. Appreciate you. Thank you for 3 months, my dear. Really do appreciate you. I don't know. I'm still not there with premeditated. I'm still not there, but I think, just in my opinion, they continually just wanted him out. And I think someone snapped. That's still mine. I don't think, in my opinion, I'm still not there in premeditated, but I just feel like life was going by. They wanted him out. Things got better for a minute. Everything's okay. And then the next flare up happens, which happens in life, which happens in all relationships, especially with special needs children in general, humans in general. I feel like someone snapped, but that's just me. So it was before this.
You felt that these CPS reports were being used as leverage against you, or something to that effect, that you were, and people were asking, well, what is in these CPS reports that Seth is so worried about?
The reason that the cease and desist were done by my attorney was to show the court system and CPS that I did not have any communication or affiliation with the people. So if they came out with the CPS reports, CPS and the state can take it up with them. And it.
Right. So let me just make this crystal clear. Seth never gave any CPS reports to anybody. Someone was at his home while he was asleep. They emailed it from Seth. So there's that. That is why Seth got those cease and desist. You can not now. There's things that, the reports that Tony and Seth are talking about. There's the CPS reports, and then there is the reports that are from the therapist and all of that. That is not protected. CPS reports are protected. So there's that. Just make that clear.
It clears up the fact that I have nothing to do with them.
So
You had a legal obligation to mitigate damages.
Right. Yeah, I think that makes complete sense. I guess, one other thing that I was wondering, and this is more to do with Sebastian and the situation after he went missing, but on the Pascal show back in, again, I think it was March or April, you had said that Chris approached you, or you had approached Chris. There was a conversation that occurred where Chris told you something along the lines of, if people found out about such and such thing Sebastian said or did, they would want to stop. They wouldn't want to look for him.
Yes, Lakeside.
Correct.
Lakeside. This individual was at Seth's home while he was asleep. They got the phone, emailed it to themselves.
Do you know what Chris was talking about?
I do.
All right. Is it something that Sebastian did or something that happened to him?
Listen.
Something that Sebastian was supposedly doing.
Okay.
Supposedly doing. Nana, thank you so very much. Really do appreciate you. Love you definitely, and all the pros and mods, and especially to Sebastian. So thank you so much, Nana. Really do appreciate you, my dear. Thank you so much. By the time Seth found out, the damage was already done. That is exactly right. Mystery.
Did this involve anyone other than Sebastian?
No.
Okay, so it was just Sebastian.
Yeah, we're not going to go into that.
I'm trying. The main question I had was that there were some accusations that had to do with with Chris's daughter or something like that.
He was basically threatening to do more harm to Sebastian other than what he had already done, which was to his reputation.
Yeah.
Sebastian loves Faith. Sebastian considers Faith his little sister.
Yeah, guys, and this part was really heartbreaking in my opinion. When we discussed it too, but the fact that it was portrayed like Sebastian and Sebastian and Faith were not close, and it seems like that's nothing even close to the truth. And so, just to kind of back up, online school was something that Seth had already had Sebastian enrolled in, right? Because they were going to be transferring him over as soon as the school year ended in 2024. And so, there were some things that Tony brings up, like the cause and effect from the family counseling reports in conjunction with the CPS reports that told a story, right, about what had happened there. It makes things a lot more clear for Seth, and he can actually kind of have a better evaluation of what was going on, not from Chris and Katie's point of view, not necessarily from Sebastian's point of view, but from the professional standpoint of CPS and the counseling support system. There were so many alarms. I can't agree more with that. Edgar and KK left Seth and Nina out of the know. I mean, again, just spot on. I think that was done purposely too, in my opinion. Do I want to believe that? No. Do I have to believe that based on what we've seen? Yes. And that's kind of how I concluded that. CPS used as leverage against Seth. So again, he sends out these cease and desist letters because he has to show the court system and CPS that he did not share these records. If they came out, he could take up with whoever did leak the records. So it sounds to me like he was knowledgeable about kind of who these records were sent to, but he wasn't sure who was going to leak the information out or not. I think that the person who did this should have gotten in legal trouble, but Seth was under a legal obligation to mitigate the damages. So in other words, CPS records can be obtained by the parents with the help of an attorney. And so that's what Seth did, is he got the help of an attorney and he to access these records. And then a person who he thought he can trust, who was in his home while he was sleeping, crept over there and emailed herself these confidential reports. And the one thing that was not protected by this kind of CPS umbrella, if you will, was the therapist notes from the family counseling reports. And those are something that, for a better way to say it, is fair game, right? And then also Pascal said that, or excuse me, it was on the Pascal show said that CP said that if we knew what Sebastian had supposedly done, in Seth's words, then none of us would want to search for him, which, I mean, I've always thought that was a huge crock of crap. I remember when that came out, and I just thought, what a piece of crap Chris is. I didn't look at Sebastian any differently. I looked at his stepfather differently. I thought, you really are a real piece of work to say that about, your stepson who's missing and such a wonderful kid. Just absolutely sick. And it was something that they were saying that Sebastian was doing. And then Seth goes into the facts, right? And it's just like Nina said. And we watched her interview yesterday. She said, Sebastian and Faith love each other. Faith is always asking, Mama, are they going to find him? Are they going to find Sebastian? It's very sad. I just can't believe that, these children are going through it. And then also, more importantly, when Nina said, what can I do to help Seth? He said, I just want you to keep Faith safe. Like, you just keep her, you do your best to keep her safe, right? And that's the saddest thing, because he's worried about Sebastian's little sister getting thrown into the mix of all of this, and it's just absolutely heartbreaking. And Seth did join us the other night, and I was very honored to have him here, because I do feel, the pain that he feels. I think a lot of us do, and I think it's just something that we all just kind of feel like it should never happen like this. And it's just absolutely extremely sad. Oh, good Lord. See, a QB has all the reports. Detroit Rock City, my Lord. Michaela Cleveland, I am too bare. Thank you. That was the one that did it. She was supposed to be Help Me Rhonda, but she ended up Break It Rhonda. Faith must be so sad and scared to see Taylor. I mean, I just can't imagine. Oh yeah, I love that cereal, like Cocoa Wheats or what is the other one? Cream of Wheat is like so good on a cold day. Detroit Rock City said, so if they had a meeting at the school around February 7th and all the parents were there, why weren't the CPS reports brought up then? That's a great question. How come Seth didn't find out about them then? And I can't really even wrap my brain around like why he never found out about them to begin with. I feel like as an adult, Katie dropped the ball on that, Chris dropped the ball on that, and I think that CPS also dropped the ball, because where were they on that? They should have been contacting all parents involved. They should have been getting all the parents involved, and especially when there's ongoing court proceedings for these children, pertaining to these children. Where were the guardian ad litems? When you're going through a divorce, typically in many states, and in my experience, the child is given a guardian ad litem, and that is a lawyer for the child. So that you go get yourself a lawyer, the other side gets themselves a lawyer, and then there's a lawyer appointed by the courts named a guardian ad litem, and that person is supposed to be representing the child in the child's best interests. Where was the guardian ad litem? We never hear about this person. Do they exist? Where's Faith's guardian ad litem? Who is advocating for the children besides Nina and Seth, who are left in the dark? It is more common than we think. Brandy and Indy says, Star, yes, malicious intent. I think it's odd. In the interview, CP said there's no malice when asked what he would say to Sebastian. There's no malice. That is a weird statement. I mean, we got to be honest there, Lori says, see Taylor, I bet. Poor Faith. I know, poor little Faith. And she just a beautiful little girl. Beautiful, beautiful. And Deborah Dixon says, I just wonder how much of the initial land search was really covered thoroughly. I think that's a valid concern as well. I know there's been tons of speculation about the construction site, because it's been obviously poured over and dirt and all of this other stuff. They said they searched that 5-mile radius several times, and they moved out into a 10-mile radius. They said that they were even searching a little bit further past that. So they did say that they went over and over and over again. But we all know that things can be overlooked and, that sort of thing. So yeah, I'm wondering that too, Deborah Dixon. That's a really great point. And I Am Two Bear says the creators who have them aren't shy about saying they have them. Yeah, my thing is to anybody could say that they have them, right? But then the proof would be bringing it out. Would that help Sebastian, or would it embarrass him further? Would it help the cause of what we're trying to accomplish, or would it hurt the cause? We always have to think about that too, and try to cause the least bit of harm, right? And I don't even know what to say. I feel sorry for Seth that he has to worry about the people who portray him in a negative light having these documents, and then it also, on the flip side of that, makes me really wonder what kind of character a person like that could have that would be against Seth, when these 5 CPS reports, which apparently Seth only had 4 of them. According to Seth and Tony, they only had 4 of the reports, not the 5th one, because the 5th one is still open. What does that say about them? That these are about Chris and Katie, and they're still sticking up for them. I mean, whatever that really long word philia guy that you guys put up there earlier, which I thank you for. You know, what does that say about them? You know, to me, it says that they're not good people. And I'm sorry, but you know, that's just what it says to me. I might be wrong. Um, yes. Hey, Jude's a local. And you know, to brag about having someone's trauma and misery in the palm of your hand is really it's just sad. It's sad. And I think Michaela should be in jail for what she did. I think she should have been charged. If Seth is going to be legally responsible for those documents, and I think whoever stole them from him should be legally responsible as well. And that's just my opinion. I don't know if that is something that's plausible, feasible, you know, if any laws were actually broken, but it would seem to me that that would only be the logical next step. And Criminal Med says CPS reports are more guarded than almost any other documents. Even medical reports are less covered. Yeah, it's almost criminal what they can hide. Yeah, it is. It is borderline criminal in my opinion. It's to cover CPS's ass because we rarely ever see accountability when it comes to CPS. And I know there are a lot of people out there that are wonderful social workers, and all they want is the best for the kids. And they work their behinds off, and they have far more kids than the one person that they are. So I never want to discredit, discount, or you know, to bash those people. But in the same way, it's definitely a cover their own ass kind of thing. It's not cover the kids' ass. It's not like, hey, we're going to hold people accountable where they need to be held accountable. It's more or less keep it quiet, keep it secret, keep it safe. And in my opinion, that is part of the problem in the broken system, because if they're not held accountable for their actions, then we see children getting failed left and right, and no one is being held accountable here on earth. I believe they will be. I believe we all will be. But in the same way, I think they should be held accountable for what they've done to these children. You fail a child, then you need to at least step down in your position. You need to at least have that on your record reflecting that you failed a child, because why should you work with children again? You know, and some of it's not, again, going back to malicious intent, some of it's not malicious intent, but the problem is that we just can't let the kids fall through the cracks, you know. We just can't. We gotta look at, you know, what they need over what the social workers need, in my opinion. And Bless says, C. Taylor, yes, C. Taylor, I couldn't agree more. She is another victim in a tragic story, in my opinion. It's just sad because she's just this little girl, you know, and she sees how much trauma has already gone on, and then to have her stepbrother missing, who she loves dearly, it's very sad. And Vic says, I just took Jasper, his master died, cat alone for a while. Oh, get a call, we have to put him down. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. Oh, holy F balls. Oh, he is a gangster. He hates my cat. Oh, oh, Jasper. Well, that's so nice of you, Vic. And Star says the land search was botched, in my opinion, if only for the fact that they allowed construction to continue in the immediate area. Yeah, well, and the thing is I really think I have a hard time believing it, because it's something that SF put out there. And maybe that's, you know, kind of my bias on what he says. I just don't feel like we can trust a whole lot of what he's saying. And I think that anything they can do to distance the proud feet from the situation is what they're going to want us to believe. It's just like those people with that say they have the CPS reports. It's like, really? I mean, brag about it all you want. I just find it to be beyond distasteful. I think it's awful. And I am Two Bear says Detroit Rock City. She can have 5. The last one is still open and no one has it. Amen. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, come on. Do we not pay attention or do we? I think the best part about some of the oh, here I go swearing again. I'm sorry, guys. Most of the crap that they want us to believe, it's like we can just debunk it in like a quick hot second, right? We're like, well, I mean, supposedly there's only 4 out there, according to Seth, according to Tony. 1 is still open. So common math, take 1 away. I'm not great at math, but take 1 away, you get 4. And if she's got 5, well then, gosh, I mean, I wish I could be that cool. And Brandy and Indy says Seth was taken advantage of and set up, in my opinion. That Michaela is with T-Rev now. Yeah, I think that he sent her over there, in my opinion. I have heard that kind of stuff too. And I think that that person is just a wretched, horrid person. It's probably not the first time that she's ever slept with a man to get what she wanted off of him, whether it was CPS reports, like who does that, or money, or whatever it is. And then she goes over to the little hot dog man, which is, maybe that's her instant karma, I mean, I don't know. Just my opinion. And Lil Redo says, why does she need to talk about this case at all? She spreads lies and is a hater. That makes me angry. Yeah, it makes me angry too. I mean, it's just kind of, let her own free speech hang her. I mean, she just made herself look like a fool if she says she's got 5 of them and there's only 4. Hey, Michelle, good to see you, sweetie. And Criminal Mud says, does QB have the whole report with detail or just the summary reports? Oh, that's a good question. I don't know what I would imagine if he had to go to a lawyer, get it all, finalized, and those that paperwork and documents was sent over to him. I'm guessing that they would have, the entirety of the reports, and then with the redactions, of course. But that's just my best guess on that. And Mountain Mama says, Star, I agree. And I don't think they searched the landfill enough. Yeah, especially if they were, in fact, depending on what they were looking for. Maybe they were looking for that camera equipment, like Rocco was saying earlier, and that they didn't find it over there, or maybe they did. But I would think if they did, there would have been, quicker arrests. Because, that was after they scaled back the search and they did all their searching. And that's when they went, after that is when they went to the landfill. So, it really could be a number of things, honestly, that they were searching for over there. But I know it just doesn't seem like it was. I mean, it was quick. Well, I'll just say that it was very quick, and it was, like it was done and over with very quickly, from what we're used to seeing. Yeah, it's really not Deborah Dixon. See, Taylor, wonderful she announced that publicly. Wonder if she'll receive a visit about that. Yeah, no kidding. Like I said, anybody that's willing to mess with those reports, I think they should get in trouble. Somebody needs to be held accountable for that mess. And then also, it's just like, why even do that? I mean, I think that's very cruel, in my opinion. And maybe that isn't the intent, but I feel like it is super cruel, especially when Seth just came out talking about it, and in the very vulnerable, truthful, straightforward way he's always been. Some people don't like that, and I understand. And I'm beginning to understand it more every day. That there's a lot of people that don't like it when people tell the truth, right? Because they either don't want to hear it, they believe otherwise, or you're just not going to be able to reason with an unreasonable person. And at the end of the day, I think that we're kind of dealing with like maybe a mixture of those dynamics. Just my opinion. I'm not a fan. I don't watch, but I mean, everybody's entitled to their opinion. Vic says, my daughter, 3-pound fluff dog. Aw, with long hair and barrette and and the hair. Oh, how cute. Well, he got a new haircut. Cat is smiling. I love it. Conflicting reports on the search, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, we're all itching for a trial and justice. I know that's the truth. Star says, Mountain Mama, yes, it's unfortunate, in my opinion, a lot of missed opportunities early on. Yeah, I really feel that way. And I don't mean to discredit Ellie or tell them how to do their job better. Obviously, I'm not trained in that sort of thing. And so I'm, not the best judge on that. But in the same way, I'm just operating off of the words that Craddock used over and over and over again in the beginning, operating off the assumption that Sebastian walked off. And we can't look at a crime that way. We have to look at it in a multifaceted way, especially right off the bat. Okay, well, what are the possibilities? What are the probabilities? Narrowing it down based on the evidence or the lack of evidence, because no evidence is evidence too, so it's kind of a double way to look at it. For instance, if there are fingerprints on, let's just say, for instance, there's a steering wheel, right, in question, and they go to dust for fingerprints and there's no fingerprints at all. Well, that's also telling us that somebody cleaned the steering wheel off, because there should be someone's fingerprints on it, right? The owner of the car. And so if there's no fingerprints, then that means that somebody messed with it. So it's also can be used as evidence. Oh no. Somebody clipped her talking about it today. It was Hindsight or War, I think. Oh yeah, I haven't watched. I know I haven't watched. Yeah, they do a good job on clipping, because that way I could kind of see it in a short form, and I appreciate that. Deborah Dixon says, yes, CPS definitely dropped the ball in this case. Yeah, and it's unfortunate that they are not going to be held accountable for it. Seth has to go off and get a lawyer to obtain these records, but they're just sitting back and like, oh, we're not going to get in trouble for, jack poop. And, it's deal with it basically. And this is a kid we're talking about. This is, 2 kids we're talking about, right? Because we can't forget about little Faith. Is she there frequently? Not really. But that's always weird. Did you guys just see that balloon thing that happened? I mean, I'm guessing it's a celebration, or Pennywise is coming after me. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to take the balloons. But anyway, I don't know if you guys saw that, but balloons just started popping up all over. But yeah, either way, it's just really concerning, because we still have these kids, and we have this little girl hurting and missing her brother. At the end of the day, a lot of times children don't even really grasp that concept of step and not, right? Because they're so little that it's like, that's my brother, that's my sister, you know what I mean? And if you're a family unit, you really don't have to explain that really when they're little. As they get older, then they understand the differences. But when they're little, she's known Sebastian almost her whole life, according to Nina, right? And so that's her brother. To her, that's her brother. And nobody's going to tell me differently. I don't give a shit what the hate channels have to say. That little girl loves Sebastian. Sebastian loves him, or loves her. That's it. End of story. Thanks, Rhonda. Brandy and Indy says, KP and CP allegedly told CPS that Seth was not involved in Sebastian's life. See, that's one thing that would make sense to me, right? That CPS wouldn't contact Seth. But even in that event, don't you think it would be worth dialing a number real quick? I mean, if they're in the same local area, it's not going to be nothing to just beep, 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 beep. Seth, yep. Okay. Are you Sebastian's dad? Yep. Do you have anything to do with him? Yep. I mean, I know they have heavy caseloads. I get it. But that doesn't take very long to confirm. It's piss poor in my opinion. And then you have Nina again. Maybe she's got extra digits. Hey, Nina. Yeah. Okay. Are you Chris Proudfoot's wife, ex-wife? Yeah. Okay. Do you have a minor child together? Yeah. Are you in a court case? Okay. Well, just to let you know, he's had CPS at the house several times, and there's a lot of issues going on over there. They failed. And then they're telling Seth, oh, we need you to make sure that you hold your legal obligation to us. My butt. It's awful, I am Two Bear said school CPS reports are done through the counselor who should have been at the conferences. I agree. But the teacher may have been in the dark about it. Yeah, and even the teachers took pause, right? They were like, how come they're blaming this all on Seth? Like, that is a huge red flag to teachers, because usually you'll meet with, I'm sure not every situation is going to be typical, but I'm sure a lot of times they're used to having the parent-teacher conferences, the parents come in acting on their best behavior, as we should, and they're sitting there and they're concerned about the children. They want to know what's going on. It's not a blame game. It's not pointing fingers at this or that or the other person. And it's definitely odd when the parents who have the most time with the children, i.e. Chris and Katie in this regard, are blaming Seth, who's a weekend dad. That's not fair. If he has Sebastian every other weekend, how does that translate to be his fault? In my opinion, it wouldn't. And in my opinion, it would toss up red flags if I was a teacher. I would be like, well, wait a minute. Just to clarify, where does Sebastian spend the most time? I would think that would be a valid question. It might be a little bit probative and maybe a little bit rude. But at the end of the day, we're advocating for children, aren't we? You're a mandated reporter, so it's up to you to get the right information to see if maybe something does need reported, because maybe just that little strange interaction could speak volumes about what the dynamic is in the home. If they're automatically blaming Seth and they're automatically blaming Sebastian, that's not good for Sebastian. Seth's grown, he can handle it. And, we all know that he'll take it for his child. That's not the point. The point is that they're blaming poor Sebastian, It's sad. Brenda Brown says, I've heard suspicious things about CPS too. Follow the money. Yeah. And in this case, it's like, it is. It's about follow the money. It's like, what's going to make us the most money? It's just absolutely sad, Brenda. Nana's house is not a safe place no more. Yeah. Well, it never was, unfortunately. And that's the saddest. That's just sad. You think of all the lovely, joyful things that you do with your grandparents, you think about how, you get a little bit extra spoiled, when you go over there and you're just like the cute one, you run around and everybody wants to, you cuddle up and things like that and spend quality time with your grandchildren, or if you remember being little and spending time with your grandparents. Sebastian didn't seem to have that, right? Because he had predators on one side and predators on the other side. And then he luckily had Grandma Robin and Grandpa Wayne. So that was nice that he had them, because they were able to go fishing and gardening, and Sebastian confided a lot into Grandma Robin. So that was his comfort zone, right? Seth's mother, Seth's father. And he deserves so much more than that with the amount of people that were actually in his life, comparatively to somebody that, say both parents don't have their parents because they passed on, for instance, or say it was a tumultuous situation. So one parent didn't know their father at all and the guy was never around, or the mother, same difference. It's just, it's so sad because these people were there, but they weren't taking him on Disney trips. They weren't hugging on him and showing, pictures and things like that, being proud of the relationship. They were saying horrible things, according to the coworker, about Sebastian, things that coworkers should never, ever know about. Just completely embarrassing. And Criminal Med says, I think Seth should consider suing CPS if he's not in those reports. They may contain why the boy is missing, and they dropped the ball, in my opinion. It's very possible. And, it might be in the works. We don't know what they're doing behind the scenes. I know it is a very tough situation when it comes to CPS because of the lack of accountability and the lack of being able to find the answers, because a lot of times these people are not going to give the proper answers. Like even when Harmony Montgomery's trial came about, the guy just got up there like a real big dumbass, and he's like, well, Adam just took her and got her in the car and they just took off, and like I didn't know what to do, so I just sat there and talked to Kayla for a while and they never did show back up, and some kind of crazy fairy story that he gave. And it's like, what the hell? Why didn't you come back a couple hours later? Why didn't you come back when you saw Adam's car there again? If you knew what Adam's car looked like, why didn't you? I mean, there's just so many things that could have been done, and maybe Harmony would still be with us. Maybe she would be in a foster home with good parents. Maybe she'd be with her brother Jameson right now. It's sick. It's sick. Deborah Dixon says there's truth in every lie CP tells, in my opinion. I agree with that. I try to look for him all the time. Yeah, he does. He didn't do that before. I think it's traumatized. Yeah, Vic, I agree. Brandy and Indy says the divorce decree and custody documents are in another state before they moved to Tennessee. Well, that's true. So we have California, and then we have Tennessee, and then we're dealing with New Mexico. It's very difficult, and that's another thing that really needs a big time reform, is making sure that if somebody moves to a different state, then they're going to still get some CPS resources involved. That way these kids aren't falling through the cracks and people aren't just like, okay, well, we'll just skip state or whatever, Sisterhood of the Traveling Canvas, I like your name. I think he is in the concrete at the hospital. That possibility was something in the beginning. I know Chris thought it was quite humorous, and it was very off-putting. So, you never know. I don't know if he was doing that to mess with us, mess with the general public, or if it was something to really consider. But I do know that he laughed about it when he was asked about it during an interview. And Star says, Sisterhood, a previous visitor in chat explained that concrete is typically only poured anywhere between 2 to 4 inches deep. Yeah, and and that's why Chris was defending himself too, Star. So I'm glad you said that. He was like, oh, there's just no way. That's why I was laughing. And we're like, people are like, but you're laughing about your stepson who is missing right now. And any reasonable, caring, compassionate person would be like, it would hurt you deeply to even think about that possibility. And Chris is just like, no, it's hilarious. And it's like, what? CPS reports by law need to be shared with both parents when custody is shared. Absolutely. I think every parent should be in the know, especially when we have these 4 parents. Now, granted, Chris and Katie, they're the ones that are married. And I will say that if the ones that are married are always the ones that are going to be looked at, how how do I say this, more favorably in the family court system. It is what it is. The judge says, okay, this is a stable family environment because you have a mother and a father. Then they look over here at Seth, and he's a single working father, and he works 12 hours a day, right? They're going to pick Katie and Chris over Seth every day. Now, this sucks, because what is Seth supposed to do? You know what I mean? Just go out and find him somebody, just anybody, just to be a person there. That's not, that's not reasonable. But if Seth was to have like a wife, and then he would have there would be a more even playing field, in my opinion. The courts like to see 2-parent households. They just do. Think about it when people are adopting. Most of the time, if you're a single parent, you're not going to be able to get a child because they want a 2-parent household. So the same goes for when we're talking about the family court system. The parents that have 2 are going to be more favorable, and I don't think that that's fair. Because any Joe Schmo can get any Linda Blow off the street and be like, this is my wife. And then that kid is subjected to have that mom as a stepmom. Good Lord Almighty. And Blessed says, I want to know why there was no connection between CPS and Ellie with these reports. I would like to know that too, Blessed. That is a great question. That's something that we will never hear any of them held accountable for, unfortunately. They skirt accountability too, and they have done that through this case. And as much as I pray for Eric Craddock and Brandon Carter, they have skated that responsibility, in my opinion. We haven't heard them come out and say not one thing. We should have handled this investigation differently from the beginning, and we're sorry. We'll never hear that. We just never will. And if we do, by golly, I don't know. I don't know what I'll do, but I'll do something crazy for you guys. How's that sound? But I don't think we'll ever hear that. It'll just never happen. I Am Tuber says that's occurred to me, sisterhood. Criminal Mind says, believe it or not, LE doesn't automatically get CPS data, only what's needed if someone needs to be arrested. Yeah, unfortunately, there's a major disconnect too, right there. And that is very sad. There should be a database that the police can look in and be like, click, 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 click. Okay, there has been reports of this household. I think it would benefit the children involved. And Sisterhood says he came and picked him up in the middle of the night, dug a hole, and then the next day they poured the concrete. Well, another thing they were talking about too is it called rebar? Or you guys might have to help me out here, because I'm very girly. I don't get it down with the construction talk, but there's like the metal poles that need to be set in there, and there's a very how do I put this? It has to be all smooth and everything underneath of it. Otherwise, the concrete will start cracking, and there will be indications of that, in my opinion. And that's kind of what we talked about on another live. I'm sorry, I just saw a comment, Kathy. Oh no. Oh boy, I don't know. I think so too. I think there's some women that are lining up for that mullet action on a number 6. I mean, there just is. We have to we have to concede that, right? Because we have to it's just how it goes. That long word from earlier. And I Am Tuber says, Star Lambert, but columns are poured vertically into the forms. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a great point too. That's a great point. Oh, thank you, Blessed. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to concrete, guys, that I cannot, I'm not a big, I can't really explain it. You know what I mean? So it was War, Little Lies, Bigger Lies from today. Oh boy. Ugh. Blah. Hey, Terry T, good to see you. Thank you for subscribing. And Terry T says, I subscribed to you last night here in Australia. Thank you for being a voice for DV and also C. Thank you, Terry. I appreciate you from Australia. That is so cool. I love that. Thank you. I'm glad you're a part of our community. Thanks. And Kathy Kincaid says, Vic, it's late night humor at best. And Brenda Brown says there's good and bad in every organization. Absolutely. And I'm a big believer that a lot of people will prey on a reputable organization and then they will do bad within. So thank you for that, Brenda. That's very true. Vic, I always need some humor. Always. I am two bear rebar is usually used horizontally. Yeah, than vertically. So like, yeah, I would be like this way instead of vertical. Thank you, Terry T. That's so sweet. Thanks, Hey Jude. There you go. You guys are going to get some comic relief from Star over there with her jokes. Star's got jokes. All right. And then we got Deborah Dixon. I had an encounter with CPS working as a professional. It was really hard to get information due to the patient I was treating. She tried to help me read between the lines and I got it. I read it. Oh, good, Deborah Dixon, because that is very, very difficult. And I think that has to be something that is probably a lot more common than any of us realize, right? Because we are dealing with, they are dealing with people who are either who have been traumatized, are going through a trauma, or are being re-traumatized over and over, right? So it's just something that it just keeps on happening. So it's really important to understand that a lot of times the information that we're going to be gathering or that they will be gathering isn't going to be A, B, C, D, right? It might be like, C, A, D, B, or whatever. But it's important to consider that and just to be mindful of who the people are and how you can help them. So that's wonderful, Deborah. I'm so glad you were able to do that because it's not easy, especially when it's little kids. I don't know if you guys remember the Susan Powell case, but the littlest guy was in the forensic interview and he was like very he had a great imagination, right? Because he's little and he was just as cute as a button. And he was telling the forensic interviewer things that they were just kind of trying to decipher whether it was his imagination or whether he was really telling them information that was going to be helpful. For instance, he was telling them, my daddy took us for a late night camping trip in the woods and then mommy stayed with the crystals, but he gave like a very elaborate story with all of this, and he was also adding in a lot of like imaginative details that were some were easier to decipher than others, but then you're dealing with this little person, and so trying to understand it from their perspective and their worldview is very difficult, in my opinion. And Criminal Med says QB shouldn't have those reports, just saying those are not in any way for the public, in my opinion. No one's supposed to have those besides the parent with the, lawyer, I love Australia too. Hey, Jude. All right, guys, I'm so sorry I'm back behind in this chat. Poppy Love, good to see you. I love your brunch there. She says, hey, Lady Freedom's Raw Narrative. Hi, everyone. I'm really late, but I'm glad I'm still catching you for some of the live chat still. Yes, Poppy, I'm glad you're here. Thank you. We love having you. Hey, Shadow. Welcome to the Mod Squad. Hey, Jude. Terry, let's see. Hey, Ann Reynolds. Good to see you, sweetheart. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, get that doggy some chewy. Brenda Culvert, thank you for being here. I think that Seth bashing is worse than normal because of his position on the as a correctional officer. I am in that field, and my guests most attacking him are ex-offenders. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a valid point. It just seems like some people don't need a whole big reason to be that jerkish. In my opinion. Yeah, balloons. Balloons, hey Jude. And just pop in. Hey Sammy, good to see you. See, Taylor says, well, that still could happen in the future, the charges based on CPS docs. It really could. And that's one thing I'm surprised that people will talk about how they have these confidential reports, but when I take a photograph and I lighten it up so it can be seen better, it's like this huge big deal, and I better be waiting for the FBI to knock my door down. And by the way, they've never knocked my door down, never called, emailed, texted, none of that. So it's just funny how those people spread misinformation. And it also it's like one of those things where it's like, don't let them their radical behavior like dictate anything, because they're trying to get a rise, right? If you don't let them get a rise, they'll get bored. If you keep letting them get a rise, and you're feeding the trolls. And Sammy says, I literally just put my kid down to get closer to the TV because I don't have my glasses on. It looks like you are getting ready to get swallowed by a black hole. Oh no! When the balloons came. Did you guys see the balloons, or am I the only ones that sees the balloon? Oh my God. I think it might be Pennywise, Sammy. I'm really wondering. And you guys don't mess with me saying you don't see him when you do. Because I'll get you. I'm telling you. Hey, Borna Honey. Hey, Suzanne M. Don't be messing with me. You gotta tell me, do you see them for real? For real. Oh my goodness. And the next thing in the hate channel is like, did you see Lady Freedom talking shit? But she's over there seeing balloons. Oh my goodness. Butter Biscuit says, and I don't know, guys, this whole setup, like, I cleaned this area. I didn't put it back totally correct. So like I hit myself with the mic earlier. It's been a hell of a live. It's been a hell of a live. Butter Biscuit says, what was the meeting at the school pertaining to Sebastian's progress or behavior in the school? Maybe CPS wasn't brought up in the meeting because it was going an ongoing investigation, and no charges brought of the abuse or neglect. I think it might have just been like more of a classic parent-teacher conference, in my opinion, and I might be wrong about that, but it sounded to me like it was more like, okay, we're going to talk about academics, we're going to talk about the curriculum, we're going to talk about behaviors, we're going to talk about strengths and weaknesses, just a regular old parent-teacher conference, So that's a good point, Butter Biscuit. That might not have been brought up. And Vic says, Terry T, I had Italian foster parents and they were amazing, and yum the food. Oh, I bet. I bet. And Terry T says, I still cannot get over her so-called mother and her gross husband being around Sebastian. I know. I couldn't believe that. Like Sister Mary. Oh, I don't know. Oh, I don't know. It's blah, 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 blah. It's too much. It's too much. Aw, Anne. I don't think it's fair either. It just isn't fair, Joe Schmo and Linda Blow met on the street one day. I mean, they like almost want you to be like that. Like that's better as long as there's two of you. It's like I don't understand that logic. And Couponing says, when is the new news report with KK going to be aired? I don't know. I think it's sometime later on, like maybe a little bit closer to the 1 year mark, although I heard it was going to be just after that, but I could be wrong. I'm just hoping if they are doing a Fox 17 interview, which is Fox and Friends, to my knowledge, that Joey Jones hopefully will be the one that is asking the questions. Or I was hoping for Jesse Waters. Those are my two top picks. You guys can tell me what y'all think. But those are the ones that I think would give them the most hell. Hey, Sylvia, good to see you. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and play this next clip. So we'll just watch here.
I need to clear something up here as well. Okay. A lot of people think that Sebastian and Faith have never been together, like met in person, never been in the same home. That is false. That is false. Sebastian and Faith have been in the absolute same home before. I can tell you 100% that Faith and Sebastian loved each other. Absolutely loved each other. And Sebastian felt like he was a big brother, right? And obviously he loved that. He loved that. And I know Faith is really devastated over, she wants to know where her brother is. I mean, just listen to Nina's interview. Just listen to her interview. And everyone that I have spoken to that has known Sebastian says that he is a good kid, that he is very mindful, that he is very gentle, that he is just a good kid. What makes Edgar think that Sebastian was going to do something? Or was it just an excuse? Or is it something in his head? Is it something in his head? Is it something perhaps that he may have went through years ago? Not too long ago? Thank you, Tony. You guys look wonderful. Wonderful. Right? CP's just a mama's boy. Well, I don't know. But why would Edgar think that? I mean, KK, the thing is, something really horrible happened to Sebastian under their roof in California. And then you allow, after that horrible thing happens, you allow him around another pedo. Talking, going around. And let me tell you something. Seth did the right thing. He did the right thing. He did the right thing when it came to Sebastian's therapy. He did the right thing when it came to when they were trying to put him in a facility, doing the research for that. He did the right thing when it came to not allowing his son to be around a pedo on 99-year probation. And the thing about it is, that's where, for Katie, she said that was the last straw. What, that your husband at the time, the father of your child, was pissed off that you allowed him around someone that even you shouldn't be around? Aren't you the one that always says, my husband is, the protector? He speaks for me? Or is it just when it's convenient to you, KK? Is it when it's just convenient to you when you don't want to speak about your child being missing? That's right. They cannot be. There is no rehabilitation for them. Over and over and over, Jar.
Sebastian has never touched, hurt, or harmed a hair on Faith's head.
Okay.
So and I can tell you guys, I spoke to Nina, which we all know who she is.
Yeah.
And if you heard Nina talk about how Faith feels about Sebastian, she's heartbroken. She misses him dearly.
Yeah.
Look at Seth's face right here. This part broke him.
I feel horrible for her. I mean, just genuinely terrible for that child. I can only imagine what this is. What kind?
Well, it's just very interesting the way KK wrote, saying that Seth was harmful to Sebastian, which again was cleared up, 1,000% unfounded, and custody was granted, equal to him. The irony is twofolds, in my opinions. One, it happened way, way, way later after she said the abuse happened, right?
Okay, guys, so I definitely think that KK wrote that about Seth for a smear campaign. Totally. She was discarding Seth, just to kind of put it really bluntly. She didn't want to be married to him anymore. And so she thought the best way to end the relationship would be to smear Seth. And let's not forget, she had a reason and a vendetta against Seth because Seth called for the wellness check. And that was so-called, according to Seth, the straw that broke the camel's back. But again, where are you, KK? Where are you at? What are you doing, and why are you not looking for your son? I want someone to do a hard interview with you, and I'm hoping Fox and Friends will do a hard interview with you. I don't know why y'all choose to go to them every single time. Maybe it was a softball interview last time. And I just want to say hi to Jocelyn. Good to see you, Jocelyn. And Baba Rose, thank you for letting me know about the balloons. And then you guys were cracking me up with the balloons. My goodness. I was like, am I just seeing things? Now, just to kind of back up, Sebastian and Faith definitely stayed in the same home, on multiple occasions prior to all of this happening. They absolutely loved each other. Sebastian loved being a big brother, and Faith is absolutely devastated about her brother being missing. It's just so sad. Again, just to drive the point home of how these children are feeling, how Sebastian's got to be feeling out there somewhere, how Faith has got to be wondering every night, she probably prays every night to God, where's my brother? Just things like that. If you think about it, it's just, it could hurt you. Sebastian has always been portrayed in many, many other people's points of views as a mindful, good kid. Why does Edgar think that he isn't? Why is he trying to spread rumors about Sebastian? Is it an excuse, or is it something that happened in his childhood? It's very hard to tell, but anyone who is willing to throw a child under the bus, I have to side-eye them really hard, because what are you trying to gain, right? And what are you trying to prove? And I agree with all of these questions. And also I agree with kind of trying to pick apart why Katie would say these things about Seth, but she wouldn't say things like this about Chris, even though, she'll defend Chris, till she's blue in the face. She'll do damage control for him. Why is she doing that? I think it's very valid questions, especially because Sebastian's still missing and they're quiet and haven't been searching and all of that, horribleness. So, aw. Lucy Chat. Oh, I didn't know that. Or Lucy Cat, rather. Oh, I'm sorry, Terry T. Okay, not set concrete. It does not hold smell. Okay. And I know they have the ground penetrating radar that they can do, but they haven't done anything like that to my knowledge. Um, well, great. I'm so glad you were here, Terry T. Definitely come back and see us. Poor Sebastian, I pray for him every day. So sad. I do too, Vic. It's absolutely sad. Um, Lil Red says, okay, now my phone is dying. I'm calling it a day. Okay, good night, Lil Red. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. And Detroit Rock City says, hello, Mitty. And Jocelyn says, no, Mitty. Sorry, guys. My very first opinion was that he was lured out by bullies pretending to be his friends, but now I think it was his mom and stepdad, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, a lot of those kind of theories are still kind of swirling around too. My only problem is we don't have any footage of him. I wish if we knew we did, then there would be maybe a little bit opening up on those theories. But it is so hard to tell. And Star Lambert said, Jocelyn, that's another opinion, or excuse me, that's another possibility. But again, one that I think would have more on the cameras in the vicinity. Yeah, that's my biggest problem. And I do think that there's a lot to those lights at 3 a.m. I do think there's a lot to the car that was parked out there or the vehicle. That's just kind of where I'm swayed. And Brenda says, in my opinion, Chris was jealous of Sebastian and the time Katie had to spend on him rather than giving all of her attention to Chris. Yeah, that's really well said and a great point. And I agree with that because we do see this very heavily in narcissists. They don't like the spotlight taken off of them. You know, they'll actually act a fool just to get it back on them rather than, you know, doing something to actually kind of earn that. So yeah, you know, because if he was a loving, caring father, I'm sure Katie would have doted on him. You know, as any wife would, knowing that she's got a good man, right? And Brenda said, I still have my green front and back porch. Oh, great. Lights on for Sebastian. Yeah, I still have my lights out there too for Sebastian. I do. And I think that's a wonderful thing. And I wish we could see some of that from Chris and Katie. I really do. You know, I really do. Oh, great. Oh, thank you, Terry T. That's so sweet of you. Thank you very much. So glad to have you. And couponing says, Vic, good question. Yes, and the cadaver is 95% accurate. Yeah, they are very accurate. Yes. Hey, Jude, I do. I think that God will bring Sebastian home too. And you know that was one thing that Seth said the other night, just keep the faith, you know? So, I mean, if he's able to keep the faith, then I think we can too. I know it's just very difficult, guys. I know it is. Yeah, it's hard. Okay, guys, let's watch this next clip. We got here.
You know, you wait, what, a year, 2, 3 before, and it's oddly written, very similar to how Edgar writes his.
Kind of effects this is having on her too. So I've actually been keeping a close eye on that case as well. The custody battle that's going on there. And I'm happy that for the most part it has not gone in any way in Chris's favor. But I think that that's an important thing. And this is another thing that part of the reason it frustrates me.
Thank you so much, Lorraine, honey. I'm sorry I missed that. I apologize. Thank you so much for your support. My love. Really do appreciate you. Thank you, Lori, so much. The whole Sunday fun day that wasn't normal for them to do Scream's goodbye party to me. I think it was all planned. She documented the whole day. You could be right. You could be right, Brenda. I still personally feel that it had more to do with Edgar. I think that there is a whole surface that we have not scratched about the near parting of another marriage with Edgar and KK in the very right before Sebastian, the months leading up to when Sebastian went missing. So I think she was trying to stay away personally from Edgar. I think she was trying to keep Sebastian away from Edgar. And I think she was trying to stay away from Edgar personally. But you absolutely could be right. That's just my opinion. Everyone's free to have their opinion. Time will tell. But I think this has always stuck in my head, and I've said it before, and I'll say it again, and I'll continue to say it. Whenever one thing was asked to Edgar, and they asked him, if there was anything you could change about, you could do before, if you could do it over again, what would you do? And he said, I would have worked closer to home and been home more often. I don't think that was anything to do with Sebastian, personally. I think that was all to do with KK. Absolutely all to do with KK. Because I think KK got lonely. I think KK is someone that has always needed a man's attention. Always. And I think she went to get some attention. Oh, they announced, I believe Edgar got some attention too. But I think that's why, I just think that there is a whole story right there between the two and others, in my opinion, because I know that Edgar did speak to certain people in Memphis or at the campground, if you will, about KK. And it wasn't real pleasantry. I agree, Smiley. I agree. Thank you for that, my dear. Brenda, and thank you again, Lori. Appreciate you, honey. We got Castle. Thank you so much, honey. Good to see you. So please, everyone, if you see a creator that says they're all about Sebastian and Seth, have the courage to stand up to them and step up for Seth. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Speak truth. Speak truth, right? Notice the difference, between an opinion as well, but speak truth. You're absolutely right. It's really insane. It really is. I don't know any other way to say it. Thank you, my dear Sharon. Thank you. The evil is eating from the buffet after tonight. The Lord will lift the light for you, Sebastian. Amen. Amen, Sharon. Thank you so much, my dear. Always love seeing you, Sharon. Thank you for being here, honey. She seems willingly more stubborn and cavalier than Edgar had planned. Now he's stuck with a job lot he never wanted for long, but it's a long road to hoe when you start spreading seed. Well said, Zoot.
There's all these rumors going around about you, Seth. Meanwhile, there is an entry in the New Mexico court records saying that Chris Proudfoot needs to take parenting classes, conflict resolution classes, I think 24 and 12 hours.
Do you know how many times he has been ordered to take these classes? And you don't just say, I think Edgar needs these classes. You have to show them. You have to show the court something, some sort of evidence, some behavioral, why Edgar would need to do this. Because there has been behavioral, parenting. Look on the records yourself. It is 24 and 12 is a lot, yeah. In my opinion, KP was messing with married men with, ooh, damn. I don't know. I pray not. I pray not.
I liked it, Justin's response there. Ooh, damn. So I do find that interesting. And then I wanted to say hi to Holly S. Good to see you, Holly S. I do find that interesting because and thank you, Hey Jude, for asking that question, because I always was assuming that many people were kind of heavy into the true crime, genre, and Sebastian's case was one of many that people follow. So that's really interesting. Now, just kind of backing up with the custody battle, that's not been in Chris's favor, which is good news, right? But we kind of hear that solidified here a little bit more again, excuse me. And Justin brings up a super interesting point. He says, we haven't really scratched the surface with Edgar, right? We haven't scratched the whole surface. And that there was a prior parting in their marriage. And we heard about this a little bit from Heather PI when she was talking about the domino effect, in my opinion. And so apparently at some point, KK was trying to stay away from Edgar and keep Sebastian away from Edgar. And I find this to be really interesting given what we heard from Nina and how she speaks about how they were having a very rocky marriage, how it was on again, off again, how it was kind of like she was pulling away, but then he would pull her back in. She wanted to leave the relationship because she wasn't comfortable and she didn't like the things that Chris was doing, but then he would kind of pull her back in. And for any of us that are familiar with narcissistic tactics, that is called hoovering. And if you think of it like a Hoover vacuum cleaner, you just kind of suck the person back in, right? And it is a very common tactic when the narcissist feels like they are losing their narcissistic supply, which unfortunately is a human being with a whole ass personality and everything that comes along with us being humans. But they will hoover you back, right? And they will start love bombing you and they'll start making you feel special again. And they'll put you on a pedestal again, like you were before, because they want to trick you into thinking that it's going to go back to the way it was when it was good. And when they pull you back in, it goes right back to the worst case scenario, right? And so I find it very, very interesting because we see this dynamic played out twice with two of Chris's wives. And, I think that it's important to explore that. And then whenever Justin gives this example, and I do remember when Chris was asked, what would you have done differently here? He said, I would have worked closer to home and been home more. Because the theory here is that Katie was getting lonely and she was looking for the attention and affections of another man. And that was something that was kind of a common theme with her, right? And that she went to go get attention from someone else. And that was kind of, par for the course in her history. But then, it was also brought up that Chris was also playing the field and getting attention from other women too, because obviously he's on the road. And then when he's not coming home, and I don't think the fact, hey, Lori, I don't think the fact that he was working out of town really was the thing. I think it was more or less that he knew that he was neglecting his, duties as a husband and a stepfather, right? Because he could have been coming home on the weekends. He could have been racing home on the weekends. He could have been coming home that Thursday, like the neighbor was saying that he did, leaving out on Thursday, coming home, spending that Thursday night with his family, Friday all day. He would have had a day to kind of relax by himself while Katie was over at work and Sebastian was at school. And then they could have, had a fun Friday pizza night, or let's play games, or let's do movies, or let's go see a movie. But we don't see that dynamic. We don't even see them going and staying in the RV together, which it kind of blows my mind, because I understand that not all kids, and especially in Sebastian's case where he doesn't like to get dirty and things like that, maybe camping isn't going to be as appealing to him. But the kind of camper that Chris, the fifth wheel that he had, was like glamping, right? Where it's like glamorous camping. And I feel like that could have maybe worked for Sebastian. That could have maybe been a fun way of getting over some of those phobias or some of those fears of being dirty. And I think that was a very big missed opportunity when they all could have got to get. I know the picture of Sebastian is really sad. I know it is. I think that it would have helped the family dynamic, but instead of Chris blaming the root causes within himself and looking introspectively at that, he says, oh, it was because of my work. I worked too far. Not necessarily. It's because you didn't try hard enough, in my opinion. I think you should have tried harder. I think you should have been a better father. I think you should have been a better husband. Now, that's not condoning anybody going outside the marriage. But who am I to tell somebody what to do in their marriage, you know? And also, we don't know what the person's going through. But in the same way, a lot of times that is kind of irrelevant, right? Whether people were stepping out or not. But we know that Chris had a particular waitress that he liked to visit with and talk to, and that sort of thing. So the lore lads bring up the rumors about Seth, but then they talk about how Chris has... And it's documented that he was asked to do like 24 hours and 12 hours of conflict resolution classes and parenting classes. And Justin brings up a really interesting point here too. There has to be some reason for this, unless one lawyer asks for this to happen and the other lawyer says, well, if my client has to do it, so does yours, because I've seen that happen too. And then in that event, then both of the parents have to go through it. But it seems to me in this case that there was some evidence that was presented that would indicate that this was necessary for Chris to do. And so, yeah, in my opinion, they won't Holly S either. Because it's not like you have to like show that you're actually trying or anything. You just have to sit through the class and, you know, get your little sign sheet or whatever, and then bring it back and show, or maybe they give you a certificate or something like that. But it's not anything that they're going to like make sure that any of the information stuck or that the person has changed at all. Which is interesting to me, because what is the point then? What is actually the point of these classes? Money, perhaps. You know, the court system trying to figure a solution, and that this was the best one, perhaps. But yeah, I don't think that they help necessarily, unless somebody is working toward changing themselves, or it's not going to happen. And then Chris doesn't have the wherewithal to look introspectively, in my opinion, because, you know, the narcissist in him won't allow for that. So, you know, yeah, Lori says, no way. And Ann Reynolds says, I started watching the Sebastian Rogers case because I have a niece that has a daughter that has autism. Okay, yeah. And a lot of people, I'll tell you, excuse me, in my opinion, just in the comments and stuff like that, I watched a lot of comments come through where it was like, you know, I'm a mother with autistic children, or I'm autistic myself, or my grandchildren are autistic. And so it's very comforting to know that everybody's coming out of the autism community together on that, because I think that that's something that is absolutely important. And yeah, I love seeing that, you know, I love seeing that love for Sebastian. And Detroit Rock City says, also Yogi Bear campgrounds are very kid oriented. Yes, my kids love going there. Exactly. Like, why not? Why wouldn't Katie get off work early on a Friday, be there when Sebastian gets home? I mean, she'd only have to get off like an hour or two early, and have their stuff packed up Thursday night. And then, hey, we're going to go meet, you know, God, hopefully not Mr. Chris, but, you know, we're going to go meet Stepfoot out at the Yogi Bear. And you're right, Detroit Rock City, they got pools, they got fire rings, they got fishing, they got, you know, and then in the little towns that they kind of are in, just as a good example, a recent example would be like down in Branson, Missouri. They have those Yogi Bear KOAs all over there, and you can stay and, like I said, they have the whole 9 yards. Sometimes they even do fun events, like on the weekends where everybody will get together and there'll be like karaoke down there or just something. It's a really fun bonding experience. And then also for like a father and a son kind of event, right? So dad's teaching me, and not to disparage Seth, you know what I'm saying? But if we're looking at Katie and Chris's family dynamic when it comes to Sebastian, my stepdad's teaching me how to build a fire today, or my dad and I have built fires before, but this is how my stepdad builds it. There's a lot of value that a step parent can bring into a child's life. It's amazing what you can do for another child, maybe that you didn't even realize that God was going to put in your life. But they just kind of missed the boat, right? It was just like lost on them. It was all about their relationship and had nothing to do with where Sebastian fit into it, in my opinion. And Lori says, yep, a moneymaker. Yeah, unfortunately, unfortunately, yeah. And Lori says, I don't know anyone that's autistic, so I have really learned a lot this past year about autism. That's so cool, Lori. Yeah. And I think it's important because, it's a spectrum. So it's hard to kind of pinpoint every single different aspect of it, but it is important to know, just in case we do, say we did encounter Sebastian out there, like it's important to know that he may be overstimulated. He would definitely respond. Katie even said he'll look behind him if you say, hey, Sebastian. I believed her when she said that. And even Seth said, tell him his dad's looking for him. He would know that, right? He would know your mom's looking for you. And a lot of times too, one thing that's important to consider is that even though some of the children on the spectrum are nonverbal, that doesn't mean that they don't know what is going on, right? They understand. It's just hard for them to vocalize it. And so they're given devices so that way they can communicate. And there's a broad range of things, but yeah, that's great, Lori. I love that. And our other Lori says, when you think you're perfect, nothing will help. Well, absolutely. And we could all change, right? I mean, there's always going to be somebody that's going to be able to come along and be like, for instance, even with me, hey, Lady Freedom, I don't like the way your camera angle's set up, or hey, Lady Freedom, those weren't balloons behind you. Something like that, right? But in the same way, if I was just always like, oh, well, who cares what you think? And I just, go around. Well, constructive criticism can be very good. And sometimes it can help us realize things that we didn't see before. And so, but when you're not willing to accept that, it's hard. It's very hard. So I agree, Lori. And yeah, certificate of attendance. Thank you, Criminal Med. That's what I was looking for. Hey, Gigi, good to see you. Oh, good. Okay, you're working tonight. I hope you have a good night. I hope you have a good night at work. I'm glad you're listening. Thank you for being here. And Vic says she learned a lot too. See, that's great. And that's the wonderful thing about Sebastian is that he has really, and I hope someday he gets to know it, but he has really flipped the true crime community upside down. And I think that he's really captured so many people's hearts, and I love that because it just shows how bright his light was, right? It sucks that somebody as disgusting as Mr. Foot like to put it out. My opinion. Butter Biscuit says, Lady F, you do such a great job of speaking, voicing opinions, discussing issues. Thank you, Butter Biscuit. Giving narrative and respecting different opinions, all with a sense of humor. Proud of you. Thank you, Butter Biscuit. You do great too. I love your comments. I love all your guys' comments. You guys are super smart. And there's a lot of things, I don't know. And you guys will teach me and I'll be like, okay, yeah. Or no, it didn't happen that way. Oh, okay, yeah, you're right. It didn't. Because this case is very hard to follow. There are a lot of twists and turns. And so that's why, I was really thankful for Seth to come out. And I know it was annoying at the beginning because he had to do a lot of that, like, stuff where he had to defend himself, and really he probably shouldn't have had to do that. But I'm thankful to him for doing that, because that way maybe it'll shut some of the crap up, and we can really focus on, okay, well, Seth said that this is what happened. And obviously we could take it as face value. But I really do believe that listening back, it was everything that I had already heard before, but it was just more like out of the horse's mouth, right? And so, because a lot of times on the YouTube streets, or just anywhere in life in general, you might hear something, um, like even down at the pool or something. I might be down there talking to my neighbor and they'd be like, "Oh, did you hear that we're not allowed to put sheds out anymore?" And I'd be like, "Oh, no, I didn't hear that." And then, maybe I didn't really look into it myself, and I'm like, my neighbor, Frank, he's never lied to me before, but or anything. I'm not suspicious of Frank or anything, but I also wanted to figure it out myself, so I might go down to the office and double check. And that was kind of like the whole thing of that we were able to get from Seth, was like going down to the office and double checking and being like, okay, is this true? What do you think? So I really appreciate him doing that, and I think it really went well for the case. I know there's going to be, everybody's going to have different opinions on it. We can't help that. And that's a good thing, really. It is a good thing. And Lori says, I remember Yogi when I was a teen, but I didn't like it back then. Yeah. And that's the thing too. Maybe Sebastian wouldn't have liked it. Maybe he would have been like, maybe not for our next outing, mom and dad, or, stepfoot and mom. But, it would have been something to try, and it can't ever hurt to try. It has to be something that, it's about meeting him where he's at, and seeing that, but he won't know unless he tries it. And maybe they would find out the very first night that they were going to have to get their money back for the rest of the first, Saturday, and, for Saturday night, and they were going to have to leave out early. But that's kind of what we have to do when we have kids. I don't know how many times, or how many of you out there probably have stories too, where you take your kids out to do something and it's just not their cup of tea and they're not having a good time, and so you kind of roll everything up and you go home and you try something different. Another thing, another good example would be like sports or something. Maybe they really wanted to play soccer, but then they get on the soccer team and they see kind of how it is, and they're like, oh, I don't really like soccer that much, and so you let them try something different. Or some parents will be like, hey, you need to at least play it out and see. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer with that, but it's about letting them, figure it out and decide, because we never know until we try. Butter biscuit. Detroit Rock City. Aw, thanks, Lori. And Brenda says, I've learned a lot about autism throughout this case. Autistic children and adults are very smart, and I admire them. Same here. And I'm telling you, it's like, they have so many different abilities that it's like, once you learn kind of what that is for them, because it's always going to be different, it's super interesting to learn about. And two, I think sometimes you wouldn't even really recognize some of these characteristics unless we kind of knew about them. So I find it to be really interesting. And I think people on the spectrum are really cool. I think they're really awesome people. And Lori says they sure did miss it. Yeah. And I don't know, and they missed the mark on so much that I don't think that it's kind of even on their radar, unfortunately. And Holly S. said, they made him the scapegoat and punching bag, in my opinion. Worst part is his mom allowed it, probably participated. Yeah, I'm going towards that too, big time, especially kind of seeing Katie from a different way, right? Kind of seeing how she's allowing this stuff. Like, maybe she had it with Mr. Foote and she's like, I'm done with this guy. And then she decided, she was hoovered back in, and then she decided, okay, I'm going to make it work. And, maybe her feelings came back and everything was cool again. And then all of a sudden it was like Sebastian's the scapegoat. I could see like exactly how that dynamic would play out. So I think that's, really something to think about. And then also, just kind of like, I'm sorry, and I know that's her sister-in-law, but if my sister-in-law had her phone in my face while my son was trying to tell me something and she was video recording his misfortune the way that Melissa was, I would have been like, back up, Melissa. My son, I'm talking with my son right now, and you got to back up, have some respect. That's the thing that I don't think that Katie was maybe strong enough to stand up to them, because she saw what happened to Nina. She even got out of place. But in the same way, I mean, you don't have to be hateful about it either. You could just be like, hey, Melissa, I'm speaking with my son right now. Do you mind? Or, something like that. I'm bad at being assertive. I'm not going to lie, but like, sometimes I'm too blunt, but like, I've been like, this is a private conversation, or, I don't know. That wasn't very nice either. I don't know, but it just like one of those things where, yeah, like, please don't videotape him when he's upset. Maybe that would be the best way. But yeah, no, Holly, yes, I agree. I agree. And Brenda Calvert says, I think KK and Edgar were just too dysfunctional for that, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't think they got it. I think it just went right over their head, and they were just kind of like, whatever, it's Sebastian's fault, and oh, by the way, it's also so don't forget about Seth over there. That's the dad. That's his kid, when it's convenient for them, that's their kid. I could see that dynamic, Brenda. I really could. And it's hard to pinpoint what someone else is thinking. But again, we're always going to be like, trying to think it through, and then our brain is going to kind of like fill in the blanks for us. It's just kind of human nature, Butter Biscuit says Yogi said Boo Boo told him Katie packed a picnic basket of snacks and brought them to the campground. Butter Biscuit, that's a good one. I love it. You stealing picnic baskets, Boo Boo. Oh man, I used to love watching that Yogi Bear when I was little, all the cartoons. Mitty says, yes, Butter, she was very good at this. I love listening to her nice, soothing voice. Aw, you guys are so sweet. Thanks, Mitty. I was yelling a little bit last night. I was swearing a lot like a sailor, so I apologize. I was just like, the emotion turned to anger a little bit with that, because I feel so bad for Nina. And then the kids, like when I think about how little the kids were, like 3, 7, an infant, Faith just being that new little baby, I just can't imagine. And I mean, I don't know, just Nina giving, Kathy that like, okay, mom-in-law, go ahead and take your new grandbaby up there. We're going to bring the 2 kids. It's hard to travel with an infant. I get all of that. Some of that was kind of understandable. But then for her to turn around and do what she did to Nina, it's so hurtful. It is just so hurtful. And, thank God for Nina's parents too. So, Lori says, Lori, my sons are bipolar, but not autistic. And I find you run into a lot of the same issues, other conditions as well. Yeah, I agree with that too. I agree. There's a lot. Yeah, Lori, totally. I mean, it's like, there's kind of a comorbidity, and especially like even when we were looking at some of the other kiddos the other night. So a lot of times there was OCD present with the autism, or there was ADHD and OCD and autism. And so, and then bipolar could be another, part of that. No 2 people are the same, right? So it's just kind of, very interesting too. And I think it's important to learn about that kind of stuff, because that way we can understand each other better, and especially our kids. I mean, that's the hardest part. No, I don't think so either, Vic. I don't think Sebastian was a priority to the feet, unfortunately. And I hate that for him, because he's such a sweet kid. I mean, like, everybody else had such great things to say about him, but then if you ask, And, I think we've all been there in life where we're like, okay, well, it depends on who you ask about me, whether, I'm good or bad, right? Not everybody's going to like somebody. But in the same way, it's like, I just don't understand how somebody couldn't love Sebastian just because he's such a sweet kid. His mannerisms, like when we see him on video, at the Texas Roadhouse even, because I thought it was cool when we saw him when he was little and he was playing tag and he was having fun with the other kids and he was being very sociably, you know, whatever normal is, but he's socially normal, having a good time. He's tagging the other kids. The kids are tagging him. He's playing. He's having a great time on the playground. Great day. No social awkwardness. He wasn't like a wallflower, kind of hands in the pockets, shy. Some kids are like that. My daughter was super shy when she was little. She still is a little bit like that. I'm still a little bit like that. But you didn't see that really. You more so saw him just get right in the mix and, hey, let's play tag. And, and all the kids accepted him and he accepted the other kids. It was very organic and it wasn't forced. But then we saw him fixing the other little girl's sash. That was a beautiful thing. We saw his heart there. And then also as he got older, the tug of war, that was kind of fun to see too, because he was really trying to get that, and that's what boys do, right? Boys are like, I'm going to be strong. And, we love that. And then we see him at the Texas Roadhouse. He's very respectful to his mother. In my opinion, he sits down nicely at the table. He uses his manners, points and asks his mother, can I play the game? She pushes the menu at him, no, you got to eat, right? He's sitting there eating. She's photographing him, whatever. She's playing with her phone, not really much paying attention to him. And then we see him interacting with the waitstaff. And the way that Katie treated the waitstaff was drastically different, in my opinion, to the way that Sebastian treated the waitstaff. Sebastian looked up, made eye contact with the server, and smiled. That's a lot more than Katie did. Wiping her pants and whatever, her napkin, checking the other phone she had. The Apple Watch is silent. I'm sorry, but it was a totally like, from what I saw, it was a totally different dynamic. And I was like, Sebastian has great manners. Sebastian has great social skills, but where's Katie's social skills? Where's the camaraderie at dinner? Hey son, we had a great time at the arcade, are you tired? Or, or hey, I beat you. You would almost, from what Katie described, expect them to be like kind of smack talking across the table, like, hey, I got you in that one game, and she'd be like, well, I beat you at this other one, or, I got the high score on this one, or whatever, or I got more tickets than you did. I don't know what kind of arcade it was exactly they went to. It was in a bowling alley, but I don't know if they, turn in the tickets or whatnot. But either way, you didn't see anything like that. It was a very dry, very clinical type of a interaction where, I don't know, something was up and she didn't eat. And that was weird to me. I mean, yeah, she had fries. I know some people only eat fries when they go to steakhouse. I'm sorry. If I'm going to steakhouse, I'm getting a steak. Don't bring me to a steakhouse and expect me to eat chicken, or fish or something. I want a steak. Definitely not just going to get fries. But everybody's different. So, I mean, it is hard to gauge 100%. I believe that too. Holly S. Toxic family for sure. Very toxic. Very toxic. They couldn't wait to get rid of Sebastian, in my opinion. Criminal Med, I know. And, that it's painful to even say something like that, especially after we see how wonderful Sebastian is, after we hear from his dad. One of my favorite stories about Sebastian, in my opinion, I mean, of course, the new ones that come out are great too, because those are things that we didn't know before. But my favorite one was when he asked the school resource officer how many tickets he was going to hand out that day. Like, that still gets me cracking up, because it's like, I could just picture him going in there and asking him that, and like if somebody asked me that and I was a school, which I would never be a school resource officer, I would be a horrible school resource officer. But if they asked me that, like I would be so excited every day. I'd be like, oh, here comes Sebastian. He's going to ask me, and like it would brighten my day. It would make my whole day. So I can't imagine like how drab the school was without him there. I mean, if you think about it, it had to have just been like, no sunshine. And I'm sure that school resource officer missed him terribly. And according to Seth, he did. Yeah, no intelligence, in my opinion, at all. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Lori. Yeah, and Sebastian's smile is awesome too. And when I hear them say stuff like he's like a goofy smile, I mean, who doesn't have a goofy smile when we want to? Look, we're all going to change as we get older. You know what I mean? Like, we're not going to get any prettier. I hate to say it, Chris Proudfoot, Katie. But, come on. And how do you say that about your kid? It's crazy. You've learned a lot about autism in the last year too, huh, Anne? It is, there's a lot to it. It's not just kind of a direct thing. It's like person by person. It's individual for sure. I mean, there's characteristics that, kind of carry over and things like that, but it's definitely multifaceted and kind of a individual to individual basis. And Hey Jude says no self-awareness is a terrible thing, right? It sure is. It can be detrimental to themselves and others. Let's just put it that way. Brenda Calvert says the truth never changed, and Seth's story has never changed. And and that was my biggest takeaway too, because I'm like, okay, yeah. And then same thing with Tony. I mean, like the things Tony was saying, I was like, oh, I remember Tony saying that. Okay, yeah, you remember saying, and I'm sitting here taking notes and I'm going, why am I writing this stuff down? But I also wanted to keep like kind of a, like a bullet point timeline kind of a thing so we could share and talk. But I'm going, this is so simple. If I was doing that for Chris and Katie, I would have been like, well, wait a minute. No, they said, but then in Smileys, they said, but then, when they talked to the news over here, they said, and, it would just be like, crazy making, right? Stuff. But it's funny how easy it was when you're just going, okay, yeah, A, B, C, D, with Proudfoots, it's like A, okay, that doesn't match up with what they said C, and then we're over here at E, and now we're over here at, B again. And then Chris Proudfoot's going to make it crystal clear at some point, but we don't know when because he never does. And, and he uses all those fluff words, and you're just like, okay, Chris, when are you going to make it crystal clear? Because you said that you're going to help us all out, and I'm still waiting for you to help me. And he hasn't helped. I mean, at all. Shoot. It's like, blah. It's a, And Trisha says exactly, aged 100%. Sebastian is so charming, in my opinion. Just like how sweet he is. The compassion that he has, like just the way, I don't know. There's just something that you could tell, it's not anything that's really hard to see if you just look. Step foot in mom. I feel bad because I don't want to say, and I would give credit where credit was due, like I would say, hey, Sebastian's got two dads, if that was the case. I mean, technically they've been together for what, like we'll say like 7 years, 8 years at this point, roughly. I mean, that's long enough. If you build a good enough bond with a child, they might call you stepdad all the time, or, that's my stepdad and I'm proud of him. I like that guy. He's cool. But then, you might have other kids that are like, that's my stepfoot. And that's kind of how I feel about the way that Sebastian kind of looked at Chris. I feel sorry for him. I wish he would have had better. He deserved a whole lot better. And I think that, like, the saddest part is that I think Sebastian looked up to Chris, but I think Chris squandered that gift. And I think that he would have that he totally loved him and unconditionally, but he hated the way that he treated him, and he hated the way that his mom's being treated. And he didn't like that dynamic with his dad because, you know, he didn't like his dad being talked about. And that's understandable. And again, you know, kids, they can't help it. They're going to think it's their fault, right? Or, you know, if you don't like my dad, you don't like me, kind of a thing. You don't like my mom, you don't like me because I'm part of them, right? And it's not fair to them. So yeah, it's just all around. And Hey Jude says, Seth said Katie went to Memphis when Sebastian was with him. And see, that's what's crazy. I mean, I don't know. I still can't wrap my mind around how they're not doing things as a family, and then all of a sudden they just go off in that. And then they're going on different places, like what was it, Myrtle Beach, or, you know, or even the bike shop. I know that that's probably not a huge thing in the grand scheme of things, but like the night of the vigil, could you guys not have waited? Was there a sale at the bike shop? Is there something, you know, I don't know about it, type of a thing? It's all weird. And another thing that's very strange to me is usually bikers help kids, right? And they do things like Toys for Tots, and they do bike runs for good causes and things. And I just can't believe that, like, if Chris is in the biker world, as he says he is, then why wouldn't they be doing more for Sebastian? Like, you know, as a group, like having a ride, like what Seth did. It doesn't make no damn sense. And Criminal Med says, what's the closest great America? Tennessee? Would that be Ohio? My grandkids love that place. I'd love to take Sebastian. Right. I think so. I know, like, what is it? Dolly World is there. And I think they have rides there. I haven't been there. But like that would be something fun. Ohio would be fun because they have like really big roller coasters up at what is it? Cedar Gap or something like that, I think it is. I mean, it would just be fun, you know. Oh, there we go. Hey, Jude's got it. Yeah, there's Dollywood. Yeah, East Tennessee. Thank you. Oh, thanks, Lori. Yeah, Dollywood. You know, hey, Tina girl, good to see you. Meow, meow's here. And you know, it's just it would be it would be something fun. I just don't know why they wouldn't want to see him smile all the time. I guess I don't understand that. You know, nobody's perfect. Everybody, you know, there's times where the kids are, you know, acting silly and you're like, all right, calm down already. You know what I mean? You're like, just watch a TV show, or, you know, make sure you go do your homework or whatever. You might be struggling to get people to do what they need to be doing. I talked about my daughter not liking to clean her room and stuff, but I have to like bribe her and like, okay, well, your friend's on the phone, you're not gonna get to play, and, you know, stuff like that. And that's just normal stuff. I just don't see why they get so bent out of shape about it. And then also why they wouldn't just want to show him the best life. It's kind of beyond me. And Tina Girl 87 says they were so mean to poor Sebastian, even in his birthday, his own birthday. I know, and they're videotaping it. Like, we would have never known that if Melissa wasn't so damn proud of herself. And to me, that is sick. Like, I don't know. If I was Katie, I would not have been able to handle that. I'd have been like, back up, stop, leave him alone. I mean, and why should she have to say stuff like that to her, you know? But then again, Melissa was the one that was like, hey, Chris, back over Nina, you know? So, I mean, maybe she's scared. I'd be like, these people are nuts, you know? I know, Meow, you've been quiet. We love our Meow around here. They were awful to Sebastian, in my opinion. I can feel what he felt. He could hardly think for fear of CP, in my opinion. Absolutely. And that's a horrible way to live, like walking on eggshells constantly, always being afraid to be in trouble. The amount of times they said, you're not in trouble, those were the big red flags in the interview, you know, because Katie was like, and you're not in trouble. And she was saying it like super serious, right? Crying, kind of rocking back and forth. And then you have Chris was like, well, he wasn't even in trouble. I mean, I could get if he was in trouble. And I'm like, trouble. How many times is this kid in trouble? Like, those are the things that, you know, you kind of think of and you're like, whoa, that was like 3 times they mentioned trouble, that he might have been in trouble. So then our brains start going to, okay, well, did he run away because he was always in trouble? You know, you start thinking that. And sometimes it's almost like people kind of try to set you up for what you might think about too. And so that was another thing that I kind of, you know, would think about with the case and say, all right, well, are they trying to point to that because they want us to think he walked out? Or are they saying that because they're kind of guilty and so it's just kind of flowing out? I mean, there's a lot of different things that we can, or ways that we can look at it too. And then we also don't have a whole lot of their body language in interviews, which I will be curious to see the Fox one. What kind of body language, what kind of state we see Katie in. Is Katie only by herself, or is she going to have, you know, Mr. Chris there? I mean, there's a lot to speculate on, really. Hopefully it is just Katie. I don't think any of us want to hear from Chris anymore. I think we're good. That's just my opinion, though. There might be people out there that do, but nevertheless, I'd really just want somebody to ask Katie, you know, I mean, at this point, what do you know, and not in a pointed manner or anything like that, but just, well, what do you think happened to your son? You know, it's been a whole year. Have you gotten any type of new indication on what might have happened to him? You know, something to that effect. You don't have to be mean about it to her. I don't want to see that. But I do want to see like some pointed questions that are like, you know, make her answer these questions, because the last time she was on Queen Bee, they were like ready to jump on the person who called in and said, well, what about Sebastian? Where is he? And they were like, oh, I'd punch that person out and all this stuff. And it's like, why? Because they asked about Sebastian? Like, that's weird. So I would really like a professional environment where Katie has to behave herself in it. That would be fantastic to me, you know? Yeah, Criminal Med is just terrible. Lori says it's hard not to swear with the BS they did to Nina. It really was, you know, and it was hard not to just cry for her. I mean, the poor lady, she just up there, you know, pouring her heart out. And Meow says was on the phone with my almost ex-husband. Oh, okay. Oh, Meow, I'm sorry, hon. Aw. Yeah, that SOB with the bat. Yeah. And that was another thing. I was so grateful for you guys, because here I was thinking that was Chris's dad, Michael, you know, and it's like, no, that wasn't him, you know, and this poor him, he's, you know, I don't know what kind of guy he is, but here I am blaming him for it. No, it was TB that did that, you know, and then, I mean, really, when we hear from Matt, we're like, oh yeah, I could totally see him doing that, you know, keeping a bat handy, paying someone to slash tires and all that weird stuff. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't want a father-in-law like that. No way, no how. Criminal Med says, oh, I about crawled through the TV to get at them, Lori. Aw, thanks, Tinks. Thank you. See, I think the chat is easy with, like, if you guys put green hearts and stuff like that, I think it's kind of easy to see, but I guess with all those people, it's not. From the Lore Lodge chat. And Anne says, whatever became of the sitting of Sebastian Rogers being seen in Gallatin, Tennessee, I was in someone else's channel and that lives there, or that lives there, and he said he saw him too. Oh wow, okay. Was it at the Walmart? Because I know there was a guy that was contacting people about seeing Sebastian at Walmart, and then, like, I was a very new creator. I probably only had like 500 or 600 people, and he came over and was asking me about it, and I'm like, well, I've already seen you on several other places. And he's like, but nobody believes me. And I'm like, well, I mean, are you sure it was him? You know what I mean? And I kind of try to entertain it in the comments a little bit, but I just remember it being kind of a situation where it was kind of debunked. And then he was also talking about like other cases that he'd seen information. It was kind of weird, like he was inserting himself in there. But I don't remember if it was the Gallatin Walmart or not. Oh, meow. Yeah. Ugh. Yes, I hope it does as well. Meow. It's not an easy situation. Ellie said Sebastian still wonder, does it look just like Sebastian in my opinion? Okay. Was it the sighting that, so you guys aren't talking about the Walmart one. Was it the sighting when they said that they were out there looking for Sebastian before that, maybe, possibly? I'm trying to think, because apparently Chris or Katie or one of the other, possibly Chris, allegedly had went out to Gallatin later on and the same day Sebastian was missing. Was it then? Good night, Mitty. Thank you for being here. Oh yeah, keep those receipts for sure. Mountain Mama says, I think the Feets not only didn't want him, but they didn't like him. Yeah, resented him and didn't hide it from him. It makes me sad for him. Yeah, I believe that too, Mountain Mama. And there's no reason for that. We talked about it too here a couple of times, like when Katie said that Sebastian liked to dip behind walls. I think a lot of that had to do with him like eavesdropping a little bit on what was going on, and trying to find out kind of what was being said about him, unfortunately. And it is heartbreaking. It really is, Lori. It is, because it's not fair. It was on the Knoxville News too. Oh, really? I didn't see that, Anne. That's really interesting. Huh. I wonder if that was the same day. Criminal Med says Mountain Mama, the grandparents calling him. Yes. Oh, yeah. Ooh, and how many different accounts do we have to hear of them calling him that awful word? I mean, it's like, I get it. Especially like when we were all growing up and stuff, you wouldn't say that to somebody. Hey, momming it up. Oh no. Oh no, I put you to sleep, momming it up. Thanks, Tinks. But like it was kind of a common thing, or the Black Eyed Peas songs, let's get and here, and they would change it over. But you wouldn't use it like as a derogatory term towards somebody. It was just like, it still wasn't right. It's still not a nice word. I get it. I don't like the word, but to say that to a kid, especially like Terry Bowersock saying that kind of stuff, in my opinion, allegedly, according to Matt, in the break room, like what business does he have saying that kind of stuff about Sebastian, his grandson? Like you should be like protecting him. Like anybody calls my grandson that, I'm gonna get you, kind of thing. Not like, oh yeah, he's doing this and he's calling him an idiot too. Like stuff like that is like insulting Sebastian's intelligence, and then we find out how Sebastian's smarter than all of them put together. So maybe they were just jealous of him, and that's why they were trying to break him down so hard. It really makes me wonder, because people like that tend to not like the ones that are smarter than they are, because they like to be the smartest one. They want to get all the accolades. They want to be the center of attention, kind of a thing. And Sammy says, yeah, definitely don't look like a great dinner to me. Clinical and is the perfect word. The tension looks so thick you could cut it with a knife. Yeah, Sammy, it was weird, wasn't it? It was just like, neither one of them looked happy, and I get it. Maybe they were both really tired, but it was clinical. Thank you, Sammy. But it was weird. It was like, I don't know. The whole restaurant was kind of hopping, and it was just the two of them. It was really bizarre. It was sad. You could cut that's a good way to put it too. You could cut the tension with a knife. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah. Detroit Rock City, it says Mountain Mama. Sorry, guys, my selfie stick is going crazy. I agree 100%. He didn't fit their perfect idea of a perfect child, in my opinion. Yeah, embarrassed by embarrassed CP and the dirty socks. Yeah, and I mean, look at Terry Bauer socks, like or TB. Sorry, allegedly, in my opinion. But look at the guy. He's kind of a socially awkward character himself, and I'm looking at him like. Sebastian's like 10 times cuter than you are, so what's your deal? And same thing with Foot, and then, you know, same thing with Katie, really. I mean, over the years, it seems like he's really run her down from who she used to be, and that's what stress will do to you. You won't understand it, you won't really realize it until it's taken you. It's the person, Anne says the person I was on said that it was him. He saw him too. Oh man. Well, and they have said lately, I think At Night came out, even, was it 2 days ago? Or was it just yesterday? Saying that they still believe Sebastian is out there alive. And so they're still, we're all looking for him. Still. I mean, that's interesting, Anne. I've never heard of that. I really haven't. Yeah, it is so heartbreaking, guys. Brenda Brown says, I wish I could have met Sebastian. I would have loved to talk to him and laugh with him. Yeah, absolutely. I would have played with the green elf deck. I would have been like, come on, let's see what you got, and he's probably over there just whooping my butt, but I would love it. I would love it. Yeah, I don't know what happened with that. That's strange, huh? Detroit Rock City. That's like, I mean, you would think we would all have been hearing about that. If you guys see that around, and I'll try to look for it, Gallatin sighting. If you guys have the news clip, I would like to see it just to. I mean, that's interesting. And did nobody call it in? Is that what it is? Is nobody called it in? Or are you guys talking about not the Motel 6? Oh, because they confirmed that wasn't Sebastian. Brenda Brown says you don't have to have a good memory to tell the truth. That is very true. That, but if you're lying, you do have to have a good memory, it's just one of those things. You got to keep on coming up with the next one to, cover that one. And then you got to remember who you told what to, because otherwise people are like, wait a minute, but you told me this one day. And, especially when you're on, like a TV interview, people are going to be watching you and trying to figure out what's going on. And yeah, I agree with that 100%. That's a good point, Brenda. And Tina Girl says, when he brings the proof that we are still waiting on. Yeah, we still need a lot of proof in this case, we really do. And Criminal Med says, Anne Reynolds, I can definitely see that. I just wonder because he looks so very similar, even the hairline, and no other sightings. You just wonder. Yeah, I mean, golly, wouldn't that be amazing if it just, I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't want to wish him to be with anybody other than his parents, because then that means that some bad stuff could have been going on, or, but I don't know. It'd be nice for him to be with us, and for him to come home to his dad and his mom. And so, geez, I just, it would be a miracle, in my opinion. It would be like the best thing ever, Criminal Mud says the truth doesn't change, and it's a lot easier to remember. It is, and you're right, and that's why I was like, okay, I remember Seth saying this. I remember this. Okay, yeah, Tony said that, and there were this many reports, and you know, it kind of painted a picture. Tony was talking about that. I think the new info was like about the counseling records and things like that, which, you know, I can understand why they would want to keep something like that private. There might be things in there that, you know, are client, I'm surprised those aren't, you know, like patient client privilege kind of thing. You know, gosh, let's not go back to HIPAA, but, you know, because that doesn't have anything to do, but it just be like more of a patient, doctor confidentiality kind of thing. Um, so yeah, still waiting on Chris to bring the truth. Still waiting on Katie too. I mean, you know, where you at, KK? And Mountain Mama says, Brenda Brown, I love to fish, and I was fishing this summer and kept thinking about Sebastian saying he liked to fish. I would love to fish with Sebastian. Yeah, and you know, that was one of the things he enjoyed doing. And then gardening was another cool thing that he always liked to do. You know, with his grandma and stuff like that. Loved going fishing with his dad. They always like to play the video games. Yeah, just a really good kid. I mean, just a regular kid, just a regular, you know, 15-year-old is what he seems like to me. You know, Holly S says he is so good and smart, deserves so much more. Unfair. Yeah, it is unfair, and it's like it's just so plain to see. It's so plain to see. And then when we hear these things, it's just so hard to believe, I think. Um Lori, don't hold your breath, girl. mm, this lifetime, Brenda, he's a tough monster. I know. And in my opinion too, it's, you know, I would love it if the Grinch's heart would grow. You know, I really would. If Chris, I'm here to tell you, if they came out and even on the Fox interview, if they come out and they're like, "Hey, we need to be doing better. We're going to start these searches. We're going to start being better." You know, I might believe them and might even jump on the Katie and Chris bandwagon. Why not? It's whoever's doing this for Sebastian, but it's just kind of like, I don't know. It's hard for people, I think, right now, to even believe that that would ever occur. And so, um, I think a lot of us are kind of like, we'll believe it when we see it. Um, you know, yeah, Brenda, when he brings the proof, it will be proof. Exactly, Scranton Strangler. Exactly. I wonder what the last time he heard something good about himself. Ooh, Holly, that's a good question. You know, and that's the thing. Are we going to listen to them? Woe is me about the, you know, everybody's bashing us. You know, who cares? I mean, honestly, who cares if, you know, um, it's just you don't have that mindset when your kid's missing. You just don't. It's weird. Hey, Limelight girl, good to see you. CP definitely still hasn't brought the proof either. No, and I don't think he has any proof. You know, nothing that isn't going to put him in that, you know, time. You know, he's not going to be putting his ass anywhere near the scene of the crime per se, you know. Um, Criminal Med says I'll buy the bait. Aw. Aw. He would just love that, you know? Thanks, Brenda. Oh, good night, couponing. Love you, love you, love you. Keep sleuthing. Keep on sleuthing. We will try. You guys are telling me something new about this. You guys got me kind of tripping now over this Gallatin sighting. Like I'm thinking, huh, it's I've not heard that, you know? But I was kind of in listening to these interviews and things like that. Um, Mountain Mama says Brenda Calvert, in my opinion, the only reason CP would tell the truth would be if it benefited him. Yeah, I think that like he might tell some semblance of the truth, like if he ever had to like roll on KK, you know, or something, or you know, rat her out. Mama It Up says I can't wait to be on the back to be on Back to Dollywood. I bet it's fun. I love Dolly Parton. She's the bomb. I just love her. She's got a whole you know, she's kind of like a unicorn, in my opinion. And Anne Reynolds says the picture I saw of the kid, he looked like he was scared. Oh no. Okay. You know, I mean, if there was a car, the only thing I'm thinking, what would be the motive? Who would kidnap Sebastian? Who would have him? You know what I mean? Like, who would go to his? Who would be the vehicle parked, and then go into the house, and then who would go back to that house? It's just. I think that's where I'm stuck. Poor kid though. I hate that if that even was that's another kid that's scared. Um, Mountain Mama says, criminal med. Can you imagine the fish stories Sebastian would tell? Oh man, that fish that he caught deep sea fishing, that was really cool. That was a big guy. Um, that's I don't know. That's the thing. I don't understand why they didn't do more of that stuff, and a lot of that stuff stopped after California. The hiking, the fishing, the spending family time together. Because Chris was working on getting Katie charmed, and then once the faux restaurants, things like that, that all stopped. And I get it. Once you get comfortable in a relationship, you kind of might spend more time at home in the beginning. Maybe you guys are doing stuff that you both enjoy, kind of getting to know each other, learning each other. Same thing with kids, then you meet the person's kids and you're doing fun stuff to kind of introduce the kids. I get that. You're probably going to hit up Chuck E. Cheese or, whatever the kids like to do. You might play their favorite sport with them or whatever it is. Barbies if it's little girls, or dolls or whatever. But I don't know. I think it's kind of not genuine when that kind of stuff stops abruptly. I think it's more like if you kind of ease into life, it's a little bit different than like, love bomb, love bomb, love bomb. I'm taking you all these places. I'm going to show you the best time. Oh, and by the way, get rid of your cats. Like that would that would have been the deal breaker right there. Oh, I have to get rid of my cats. Okay, no, thank you. Criminal Med said, I hated when my boys weren't smiling. See, yeah, you don't want to ever see their little faces like that. It breaks your heart. Aw, Mom ended up sleep well, hon. I'm glad you were here. Thank you for being here. And, so it's just like it does. It breaks your darn heart. You do not ever want to see them sad. And I don't want to see any kids sad. You know what I mean? I'll try to cheer them up. I don't even know them. Um, but it's just like you just don't ever want to see him sad. And Brenda Brown says, I heard that Sebastian called Chris Mr. Chris. Yeah, he had him calling him that, you know? Well, la-di-da, Mr. Chris, it's crazy. Mom ended up says, I agree also that it's been so long, unfortunately, it can be so easily rehearsed. I'm hopeful Deception Detective will do a review also. I find it fascinating to analyze the key wording also. It is really interesting. I like doing that too. It's the body language experts are another one I love watching. It's just kind of funny. And then even some of the stuff, you'll be like, oh, wait, did I touch my eyeball one time? Kind of a thing. And it's like, maybe it's just a gesture, but then maybe there's something more to it. So I find it really fascinating, momming it up. I enjoy it. Just kind of learning about, that aspect of things. And Criminal Mud says, ask KP, what the hell is wrong with you, woman? Oh man, if one of them asks, I want them to be like interviewed by somebody hardcore, like Joey Jones. He was the one, I mean, he's been, in the military too. So I think that would be a good matchup, in my opinion. And Brenda says, no shoes, no coat, no money, no phone, no games, no camera footage, no sightings in a year. That boy did not walk away. I know it's so hard to even believe that, it really is. I agree. Lori says she agrees, don't forget no scent. Yeah, it's just crazy. Like, it doesn't add up in our brains because it's not right. That's the only thing I can think of. And Emily Guthrie, good to see you, Emily, says, what did I miss? Only channel I get my Sebastian fix from. Aw, late at night. Oh, well, we've been talking about Justin's interview. Well, Justin is basically going over the interview with the Lore Lodge. We did go over it the other night, but I didn't show any of it, and I thought it'd be cool to get another perspective on it, and then we can discuss it. But thank you for being here, Emily. That's so awesome. Yeah, Lord Lodge chat was brutal in my opinion. They allowed trash and timed out the hearts. I know, and I can't with that. So I boycotted the chat. No, I didn't really boycott the chat. I was taking notes because I knew that I wasn't gonna want to go on at like 1 o'clock, because by the time if I downloaded it and then like cut it up into pieces and we watched it all, it would have been like we would have been here all morning. So I just figured we could do it this way, and then like Justin's very knowledgeable on the case, and so I was like, hey, when I after my live, I went over and watched what he was doing over on his channel. I was like, wow, this is really cool, like how he's giving us information. Like one interesting little tidbit I'll share, Emily, was that Seth and Nina were in the dark about Sebastian's grandmother, who is a registered SO, being on FaceTime with the kids, you know, at any point in time. It's all alleged, but it wasn't something that we were expecting. And then also when Chris and Katie moved into their home on Stafford Court, they were living in another home and didn't tell Nina that they moved. And I thought that was really interesting too, because it's just strange. Oh, not Gallatin, Ann. Thank you, Gatlinburg. Thank you, Gatlin. I would have been having a hard time finding that later. Where is it? I can't find it. Ann told me it was Gatlin. No, I'm just teasing. Thank you, Ann. Goodness sakes. Well, there we go. I just wrote it down right, because I would have been looking Gallatin sighting of Sebastian. Thank you. I'm telling you, you guys might have to tell me things a couple times. And no scent from the dogs. Yeah. Hey, Tanya, good to see you. What about the boy scene with something wrapped around his head? Was that the same one? Near Dollywood. Okay, gotcha, Ann. Thank you so much. Was that this? Okay, this might be the same person. Near Dollywood. I'm going to look into it. Yeah, Lori, it's just... Well, and see, that's the thing, Meow. I mean, I get that. I understand that everybody's gonna have like a different like needs and then skill sets and different things, because it's spectrum. But I mean, it just, I think what really bothered me about the interview is when Chris was like, here, you take all of his underwear and he's going to do this at our house. And I was like, how is that helpful? You know, that's what really bothered me, because I know that not everybody is going to, you know, be at the same, you know, and there's things that, you know, you can work on and things like that. Some of it you can't. And I completely get it. I just don't know why they would just not help him, you know? Ugh, it's just so frustrating. Okay, Gatlinburg, Tennessee. Okay, thank you, Ann. I'm going to look that up. Mopping it up. Deep thought and hypnosis. Okay, good. I don't have a little pendulum over here. Well, Margaret used to crack me up. She'd tell me, my dog's over here snoring. And I said, should I put your dog to sleep, Margaret? She laugh at me. Okay, so I'm going to play this next one. We got just a couple more from well, actually, we got a few.
Lisa, thank you so much. One it said that Sebastian had a phone conversation. Yes, Lisa. Bingo. That is why I was stating earlier, right? Whenever I think War said something earlier, I said, wasn't there something going around where, what was it? Sebastian allegedly spoke to the mother of KK before he went missing, and that someone said they think it came from Stephen, the guy in the woods with the straw, that one. So, take that how you will, but it's, I don't know if he got some information about that or it was just made up, but it's very interesting. It is very interesting. Bragging about his pancakes.
Good night, Brenda Brown.
Seth had every chance to let a lot of. Let me tell you something. Seth could.
And he took them. He tried to fight it, but they forced him to take them. So I think like when we're sitting here tossing out rumors, he said, she said from 10 years ago. Meanwhile, just in the last couple of years, one of the people who lived in this house with Sebastian was told he had to take parenting classes if he wanted to see his daughter. That is extremely
remember, this is the man who was trying to give parenting advice on Smiley's channel. Right? Parenting advice on Smiley's channel. I mean, the self-reflection is null and void. Absolute null and void with anyone that even can think about giving parental or marriage advice. Like Edgar said on Smiley's, what was it? This is my 5th marriage, and my wife will say my last. And yet they was just about ready to, head on down the road. And that's what you said to wife number 1, Edgar. That's what you said to wife number 2. That's what you said to wife number 3. That's what you said to wife number 4. And that's what you said to wife number 5. How did he did it after he got caught doing? Oh. Always late. Thank you, baby, for 11 months. Really do appreciate you. In my opinion, I think they had planned to take Sebastian somewhere on Sunday evening. Reason for the fun day. Sebastian overheard that combo and flipped. Then someone snapped. I don't know. But I know one thing that will always stick in my head is when Edgar said, Sebastian made it sound like I was so horrible. He thought he was going to get me kicked out of my house. A 15-year-old has no idea about how the system works. They have no idea, not a clue. Not a clue. Hey, Mom, and good to see you, honey. Not a chance. How would Sebastian know that they would kick you out of the house? And they don't kick anyone out of the house. What they say is, if said person enters this home or stays in this home, then we have to remove what they call the, quote, alleged perpetrator, end quote. It would have been if, again, this happened. I don't know. We know there's 5 CPS cases. But if, for instance, if Edgar was the, quote, alleged perpetrator, then he could not have been around Sebastian. That doesn't mean he can't, be at his home. He cannot be around the child. If his name is on the property, he can be there, but not any contact or of any form with the child. Now, after the review of usually 60 to 90 days, if there's, things don't get better, well, they go back, right? You can go back. But if things get better, then that says something.
Relevant. That is, especially when you, because let me get to the bottom of this one. Seth, when did the conversations about Sebastian coming to live with you begin?
2023.
Okay. With fall 2023, maybe.
Yes, you're right, Castle. It's called a home safety plan. Exactly. Yep. They would have had to sign along with classes. Absolutely.
2022, Seth.
Was it 2022?
2022.
Yep.
They wanted to come live with me. I'm all down for my son to come live with me.
were you going to be sending him to any kind of, there was some talk that you guys were planning to send him to?
I agree with that, Susan. I agree with that. I don't think the urgency, I don't think anyone knew the urgency, right? I don't think it was fast enough for Edgar or KK for Sebastian to be removed, right? I mean, I always feel like Sebastian told the school and let the school make that decision to call CPS, because I really feel that if Sebastian told his dad, he's only with his dad every other weekend at that point. And I really feel, in my opinion, that he's with Edgar and KK most of the time. And if it's not already going good at that house, it's only going to get worse. What was it the other day? We noticed something. It was, what was it? Something to the effect of Edgar telling Sebastian about, well, he was saying that, sir, you can get in trouble. Well, he said that the CPS lady, or guy, I don't know who, said, sir, you could get in trouble for this. That is not how that works. Telling a child, first of all, the teachers made that call, Edgar. The teachers made that call. Sebastian told them, or in your words, showed them. What did he show? What did he show? Showed them, and then they made that call. It was to the mandated reporter. It's their discretion. I mean, it has to be, a mandated reporter, it has to be, they have to believe or see that there is some form of abuse or neglect going on. So when you said the CPS person came and said, sir, you can get in trouble, they took him outside, there's no way in hell. There is just no way in hell that happened. Justin, I don't think Edgar and KK were honest at all. No one would know how urgent, because they told any truth, it would be negative reflection onto them. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I think they didn't want it to get out. Right? The shame of that, if you will. 100%, and that speaks volumes at their level of participation in making of said victims. Ooh, what did Tony say? Where is Tony? Why do I not see Tony? Victim shaming. Yep. Yeah. Absolutely.
Some kind of facility to spend some time
Absolutely.
there.
That wasn't until later.
Okay.
They wanted him to come live with me. I couldn't get him enrolled in online school. And as everybody knows, I work 12-hour shifts at night.
Uh-huh.
That doesn't allow me to get back here in time to make sure that he's up and ready for school.
Right.
So my idea was, Clarksville, Tennessee has an online school system.
Mm-hmm.
So that way the child can stay at home
Right.
and do his online classes. And he was supposed to be getting ABA therapy, and they were going to be doing in-home therapy.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, it was easier if I could just get him into the online classes.
Okay.
I watched during COVID-19, he excelled in the online classes. So I wanted to set him up for success, not for failure.
Mm-hmm.
And while he was doing the ABA until we got him where he needed to be up here.
Mm-hmm.
And then by then I could have changed and done other things so that he would have been going to school.
Online school.
Thank you for mentioning that, Ty Baylux. Thank you so much for mentioning that. Ty Baylux says, I lived in Clarksville until recently. The online program does have a significant wait list. Bingo. Yes. Sure does. Thank you for mentioning that. Remember, CP didn't want the CPS reports out. Remember how he was scared JLR would have dug deep into the report. CP was desperate too. So, well, yeah, there's things out there that are sealed. I don't think that's the only thing that's sealed, though, in my opinion. I'll just say that. Faye, Seth has everything about who Sebastian was seeing. And let me tell you something. Tony and Seth talk about this here in this interview. I'll let Tony mention it in chat if he wants. But let's just say I hear it's extraordinarily damning, very damning, and it's also not protected either.
Okay, so we find out here that there is other information that is not protected and that it's very damning. And apparently Seth has everything about who Sebastian was seeing at the time. There's some sealed documents out there, but also some other damning evidence that I'm sure there's a lot of people that don't want that out there. And honestly, I don't see how that would help Sebastian, but it doesn't seem like they mind. Self-reflection is null and void. I can't even say it better. So, well said, that's the problem, no introspection, no self-reflection. There are some theories out there like someone just snapped, because obviously everything was coming to a head, and it was one of those things where it was like, okay, this is happening, this is happening, this has happened, and all of a sudden somebody just, well, whether it was Chris or Katie, someone could have snapped. And I do think that is a strong possibility, right? Either premeditated or a snap are the two top ones, right? I think. But Sebastian thought he would get Chris kicked out. And he did say that on Smiley Story's interview. And what Justin was saying is right. I do believe that the home safety plan, right, would provide no contact with Sebastian, the child, in this case. And then after 60 to 90 days, they would do a review. If things got better, then they did. If not, then, action and steps would be taken from there. But it didn't seem like it was fast enough for Edgar and KK. And I do agree with that as well. With them, it just really rings true, right? In my opinion. Hey, Adam Forever 21, good to see you. Let me just hook this up, guys. Sorry, I have to hook it up over here. Boop. There we go. But so we also hear from the same conversation that and this was from Chris's mouth. He said to Sebastian, "Sir, you can get in trouble from that." And he was talking like the CPS worker said that. And again, let's debunk it. The teachers are the ones that called. They're the mandated reporters. Sebastian went to school, showed his teacher what he showed them, and then they called CPS. And like Justin said, no way in hell that these CPS workers or the social worker, whoever visited that day, is going to shame Sebastian, right? Victim shame. That's not what they're there to do. I'm not saying that maybe that, nobody would ever say or do that, but I mean, it's not reasonable to think that they would do that. In my opinion, I don't think that's what happened either. I think it's, more of CP blowing smoke. And, if they told any truths, it would reflect negatively on them. And that's more of their concern than how is Sebastian feeling? What can we do to find a solution? That sort of thing, in my opinion. And then Seth, of course, says that he was trying to set Sebastian up for success, not failure. He wanted Sebastian to succeed. And so he wanted things to go well for him. And I can understand that completely. Oh, Jacqueline, I understand. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. Oh no, don't be deliriously goofy, Star. Oh, Lori. Aw. And it's just it's all very hard to really fathom when we think about all of this because Chris is saying one thing, we're supposed to believe the adult in the situation. We know we can't. And then we have Sebastian having to defend himself against CPS. I really, again, I don't see that happening. You may have somebody that's real grumpy and they come in like these damn kids making up lies. If Sebastian was the one that reported it, but he didn't, it was his teachers, and so, um, yeah, it makes more sense the way, the truth would lie than the lies of the feet. And Criminal Med says the parenting plan was how to get rid of Sebastian. In my opinion, CPS is not something you ignore or play around with. I think CP was worried he wouldn't get Faith and got rid of the problem. In my opinion, I can definitely see that happening. I can definitely see him, especially the animosity buildup, right? That we're seeing even here. Sebastian wanted me to get kicked out of my own home, kind of a thing. Well, what do you mean he wanted you to, get kicked out of your own home? I never thought that Sebastian would ever want that. I just don't see it. I really don't. I feel like he probably sought out the approval of Chris, even though it was not, it wasn't something that was deserved on Chris's part. Brenda Culvert says Seth was trying to be a responsible parent. I agree. Doing the same thing I think any of us would have done. Yeah, Lori, it's just so sad. And Star says Criminal Med, I'm stuck between the dual motive of getting Faith and wanting to get rid of Sebastian or an accident cover up. Yeah, I mean, it definitely could have been an accident, especially with the way that, Sebastian was allegedly being mistreated. Maybe the mistreatment went too far. Maybe there was, a blow that was lethal. I hate to say it that way, but it really could have been Star. I mean, and Ann Reynolds says, crafting in true crime, go look for Gallatin Hussey. I don't like him anymore, but because he got wanted money from people. Oh wow. Oh no, that's no good. That is no good. And see, there's a lot of people that'll just insert themselves, unfortunately, for the money, which is unfortunate. Let's go ahead and watch this next clip.
Or in-person school.
In-person school.
Okay. So what is ABA therapy?
It's therapy for autistic children.
Okay.
Hey, Linda.
So the plan was, as I'm understanding it currently, that Sebastian was going to remain with the Proudfoots until he completed this therapy program.
No, he was staying with the Proudfoots until the end of the last school year, and then he would have been coming to stay with me.
Okay, so at no point was he being sent to any kind of boarding facility or anything like that.
They brought that up to me, that they were over his behavior, and they were looking into sending him to a place.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, well,
I don't understand this. I'll be honest with you. I do not understand this. It's one thing if you are struggling and you need to maybe send the child to a summer program or something to help get him on track or whatever. They just didn't want to deal with him, in my opinion. Look at Sebastian's behavior in the last account we ever see him, and that is at the Texas Roadhouse. You know a child, how they are generally, and you can see that he is not a bad kid at all. You can generally see a child's behavior. KK, really wasn't with Sebastian the first, 5-6 years of his life because she was, in the military or the Navy. And then there's the divorce, and then she gets immediately with Edgar. And that's when everything starts happening. that we know of to Sebastian when the things happen in California. It's being taken around as another abuser. And then he turns 15 and she's trying to put him in a facility. They were done with him. It's unreal. How do you give up on your kid? How do you give up on your kid? How do you do that? I mean, there's no sign of her looking or being proactive in her son's disappearance case. And that's right. She was putting herself and Sebastian in situations very, very vulnerable person. Sebastian has special needs. That makes him extra vulnerable. He is a victim of someone doing something horrendous to him. And you put him after someone done something horrendous to him. You put him in other bad situations. And also you take away everything that he likes. Every animal that he likes, his cats, his snake. You don't punish him by taking away his stuff for a week or 2 weeks or however how long. You humiliate him. And you go in his room and you bag up the stuff and you humiliate him by making him throw his stuff away forever. That's abuse, in my opinion. There's nothing wrong with, taking away the video games if they've done something wrong, or their phone, for ever, amount of time. You threw it away forever. You threw it away forever. And I find it so amazing that Seth saw such a difference in the animal therapy that Sebastian did. And with the nonprofit that he hasn't started yet, he's got some papers on it or whatever. But I hope one day, Seth, that you can, change and help better lives with animal therapy with Sebastian next to you, I pray, more than anything. But if not, I pray that you can do it in his name. Because everything that was just taken from him, a child that does not comprehend and understand, maybe the same way you and I. That is something, in my opinion, Edgar likes to do as control. It's a way for him to feel better. Get rid of the cats if you want to continue this relationship. I'm allergic. Take a fucking Benadryl. Or do what I do. I'm allergic to cats. But guess what? We have cats. It's $83 for 14 pounds of food, but it helps the allergies. It reduces them. And then they make a foam I put on them every few days. And I take a Benadryl. How about that? The problem, in my opinion, why Edgar has no one that he is ever compromised with. None of us get everything we want all the time. And that's why many people like Edgar end up losing out on really good people. You may not like some things your husband or your wife does, or your mom or your friend, but just because you don't like that one thing doesn't mean you just end it. You just end it. But that's what Edgar does. That's what he's used to. It's probably how he grew up. You're right. A snake doesn't have allergies. He brings in, Edgar brings in 30 some snakes, 20 some snakes. Now think about this. Let's talk about those snakes a second. I can't stand snakes. More than anything, I can't stand snakes. But Sebastian, out of all the photos that I've ever seen of Sebastian to date, the one I see him the most happiest is with the snake. And if Sebastian liked snakes and reptiles and all that, great. But Edgar, you started a breeding program with all kinds of snakes and all that. And then you say, well, I started working, and if he wasn't going to take care of them, come on now. Maybe it wasn't up for him to take care of all of them. And you have the right to give those snakes away. But the snake that you gave him, snakes are not high maintenance at all. They are not high maintenance at all. And someone asked him, well, why didn't you give him to, why didn't you just let him keep his one snake? Oh, he wouldn't take care of it. I think he said on Smileys or something like that. I mean, I am a firm believer that animals are extremely important to grow up with. I think it teaches them more than we can ever imagine, from responsibility to caring for something outside of yourself, learning that other beings and animals have feelings. But you had, unfortunately, Sebastian had Edgar, who couldn't get past his own feelings. And we know also that Sebastian was so brokenhearted when all the snakes was taken away. Edgar said, well, the guy who took them, he said Sebastian could come back and play with, see the snake and all that. Bullshit. They came out and said that was a lie. Survey says it was a lie. Didn't they, Edgar? They said they saw Sebastian was so sad, they, out of all the snakes, that they only kept Sebastian's snake. Because they knew one day, something just told them that one day he might want it back. Or I've got the text, I can't remember how it was, but you don't break a child's spirit. Shame on you.
How long are you talking about? Is this going to be like summer program? Is he going to go for a couple months during the summer? What are we talking about? And they were like, no, they were talking about in a little.
Yeah, shame on you, nasty stepfoot. So kind of going back up here. So Sebastian was in therapies, ABA therapies for children on the spectrum. And Chris and Katie were, quote, over his behavior, end quote. So they didn't want to deal with Sebastian, obviously. Saying something like that, who says that? Like, I'm over my child's behavior. Most of us wouldn't say it like that, right? Because it's not something that is a deal breaker, right? Behaviors can be changed, especially when you're the adult and there's children involved. And then also you have the help of therapists who can kind of guide in different directions, in my opinion. The Texas Roadhouse video, again, was very telling. And Justin goes into this saying, you know, we could tell Sebastian's not a bad kid. You can look at behaviors and of children and kind of see them clearly. And the behaviors that they're describing Sebastian just doesn't have. You know, they're not matching up with what Chris and Katie are saying about him. Now, we do go back to California. We have KP's mom. We have Sebastian turning 15, them wanting to put him in a facility, and they were kind of done with him, right? So they're discarding Sebastian, again, over his behavior. KK is not being proactive, in my opinion, either. She herself... she is putting herself in bad situations along with Sebastian. That is very clear to see. He has special needs. He has been victimized, you know, with sexual assault. They put him in other bad situations as well, especially, you know, letting him be bullied or talked down to by other members of the family. Also, they take everything away from him, right? His cats, his snake brownie, they throw away his personal items, or Chris does. Now, and then Katie allows all of this. They never gave him a chance to earn any of these things back, right? So whenever we're doing these things, right? Because I've heard of parents saying that, like, you know what? I'm sick of you not cleaning up your room. Okay, I'll clean it for you, right? So they grab everything up and they say, now you're going to earn everything back, right? Because you didn't want to listen. There's a lesson to be taught. There is no lessons. He was never able to learn anything. He was never able to earn anything back. They never gave him that chance. And I just pray for the same thing that Justin was, you know, that Seth can do this 501c that he's been talking about. And I pray that he and Sebastian gets to experience that together, because that's something that they were working on. I think animal therapies are wonderful for anybody, not just people on the spectrum, just anybody. Treating a child this way is a control tactic in my, control tactic in my opinion. It makes Chris feel good, like he's a big man and he can control someone else who's not as big as he is, right? CP had options for solutions, but he would never compromise because he just acts like a big man baby instead, in my opinion. Sebastian loved his snake brownie. There's no doubt about it. He looked super happy when he was, you know, had him on his arm, and he was just like, this is my snake, you know? And again, no lessons learned. And we find out that it was all bullshit. Now, this was not really confirmed until now. I do believe it to be true. So I haven't talked about this before, but it has been said that during the Smiley Stories interview, Chris was asked by Smiley, so how come you couldn't just, you know, like send the snake over to Sebastian's dad's house and then they could take care of it over there? And he's like, oh, his dad wouldn't have wanted to take 30 snakes. And he sounds like a damn moron, because that's not what Smiley asked him. It was actually, she said, how come he couldn't just send the one snake over there and Seth could have taken care of him? It was a valid question, but it just, you know, right over his head. And the people that Chris took these snakes to, ultimately, he told all of us that Sebastian would be able to go visit with Brownie anytime he wanted. But then, of course, we never heard, not one time, that he went over and saw Brownie again. He never saw him again, as far as we all know. And then, according to the people that did take the snakes, they said that this was all bullshit, that Sebastian was so sad that they decided to keep that one snake for him in case he ever got to come back and get Brownie again. You know, to me, that is just so absolutely sad. And thank God for those people for coming forward and for telling the truth. And, shame on you, Chris Proudfoot, for not allowing Sebastian to even earn back any privilege that you took away from him. That teaches him nothing, in my opinion. And you're just a big old bully at the end of the day. And I agree, get special food, take a Benadryl, but of course you're so selfish that all you worry about is your damn self. Again, I know that an animal is an animal. I understand that. But at the end of the day, I would have told Chris to kick rocks because I wouldn't have got rid of my cats. Let me just show this one last clip we got, guys.
And thank you so much, Sunflower Sandra. 6 months, in my opinion, KK and CP didn't want to deal with him. The urgency was the custody case with Nina. One thing we know about the custody case is we know Sebastian 100% was not going to testify. That was a big theory between a lot of people in the true crime community. He was not going to testify. He was not, and I knew that 100%. He was not going to testify. But did Edgar think that he was going to get Faith? Did he think he was going to get her sooner than later? I don't know.
Live-in facility.
No, Aiden, were you asking what ABA meant as in the acronym?
I mean, yeah, yeah.
I mean, it's applied behavioral analysis is what it stands for.
Gotcha. So basically, they were going to sit him down and work with him to get him up to speed so that he was in a position where he could go to public school, private school maybe, and fit in.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
What do you mean?
Yeah, it's to help with the socialization part.
Right. Makes sense. I mean, and that would have been alongside everything else, I take it. That wouldn't have been any kind of special inpatient facility. That would have just been something he did.
It would have been something he did, but where he was going to get it. They have a headquarters here in Hartsville. So he would have been in home. They would have came to the house, and they've been working with him for an hour or two every day.
Gotcha. So as I'm understanding, it was Chris and Katie's idea to have Sebastian go live in a kind of live-in facility, and then you said, well, why doesn't he just come live with me?
He was already supposed to come live.
This is my thing. This is what I think. I think that Sebastian knew the way he was living was not normal in Edgar and KK's home. I think he started getting older. He started, seeing and speaking to friends and knowing that what he was living through was not normal, what he was being subjected to. And I think that with Edgar, it was, okay, well, if you're not going to listen and you're going to tell your teachers, and CPS has been there 5 times in 14 months, then he needs to go. Because this is the way it's going to be. It's my way or no way. And Sebastian is going to school and saying what's going on at the house. And I think that's what happened. He made it sound like I was so horrible. He thought he was going to get me kicked out of my house. KK couldn't handle the fact that Sebastian's dad is better than her, and he would be happy at his dad's, in my opinion. Perhaps. Perhaps. What did Whispering Wind say? Where's Whispering Winds? I just see that one. I don't see anything else. However, him in the house was becoming the issue. Yep, I agree. I absolutely agree. In my opinion, I believe 3 of the wives have never come forward as who would want. Well, Maurice, just because they haven't came forward publicly doesn't mean they haven't spoken to others or law enforcement. Let's just say that, right? Or in my very own opinion, CP never wanted him. Yeah. Hey, Coco. Hey, Dirty Diana. Lakeside. 2 words. Pressure cooker. I agree. Susan says, my job is caring for the autistic in private homes, and Sebastian is not a candidate for institutionalization. Interesting. I mean, I would think that they would have something out there for each kind of need, though, right? Though, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Okay.
But because the wait list to get into online education here in Clarksville, the 6-month waiting list.
Gotcha.
All right. So when I say he disappeared, I already.
Well, Amelia, there is one ex that he allegedly about unalived, and I think there can still be some fear there.
He hadn't enrolled here at Clarksville.
Gotcha.
To begin the next school year.
Or,
because that's how
them,
long,
but even embarrassed. Not that they should be embarrassed. I'm not saying that, but
Aiden, there was a report filed right before they decided that they didn't want to wait till May to get rid of him.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a report filed.
CPS report?
Correct.
This is the one where Chris hit him with a belt, correct?
I'm not sure if that's the one, but there was one filed right before they started firing off, emails to Seth that they were going to put him, basically send him off to one of these behavioral centers. So, it appeared to me, in my opinion, to be a retaliation for that report getting filed, that they weren't going to wait, 4 or 5 more months. They were going to go ahead.
Okay, guys, so that was like the really scary takeaway that I took, because I can see where Tony's coming from on that, where it's very possible that one of the last reports that was filed was kind of a retaliation. I can definitely see that with the vindictive nature of both Chris and Katie, in my opinion. Mountain Mama says, I will be honest, I'm petrified of snakes, and I would never allow mine to even have a stuffed or rubber snake. Nope, not in my house. Well, and because people try to scare you with it. I don't blame you about the stuffed or rubber snake. I'm not partial either way, but like, the types of snakes, like, they can be very venomous, and I don't know. I also wouldn't want to feed them like live food. So I feel that, Mama, I do. And I don't like to get scared with snakes. Like, I don't want somebody putting it in a drawer and then I open it up and I don't want that. So, and I mean, it is kind of funny, especially, when you have a 15-year-old boy, you kind of expect that kind of stuff to happen. But, and Vic said, didn't notice that. To try, Mama, Lori. This is interesting. Star says 3 hours on the phone with CP, flashlights around 3 a.m. KP looked for Sebastian at 6 a.m. 2 times 3 equals 6 for 3 minutes. I mean, someone else was talking about fives the other night, and I didn't get a chance to read their whole email, so I'm sorry for that. I'm going to be responding back. But I find that to be really interesting, because there's 3s in this case. Now we have someone with 5s, and then also in Crystal's case, I have some numbers too that I've noticed that were consistent. I don't know if that's just kind of some like weird universe math kind of phenomena. I don't know, but that's interesting, Star. And Adam Forever 21 says, exactly set up for failure. All statements they say lean towards he was an annoyance to them. I see a bipolar alcoholic stepdad by his YouTube performances. Yeah, I mean, Adam Forever 21, I agree with that. I think that he definitely portrays himself in a negative light, and then, blames it on Sebastian. And they did set him up for failure instead of success, in my opinion, too. Thank you for your comment. I'm glad you were here. And Vic says, me neither, Mountain Mama. Mountain Mama says 3 people lived in the house. You don't give away pets, criminal men. And it especially a child who really doesn't do well out of a routine. You just try to make that routine as seamless as possible. You don't rock the boat. But Chris loved to do that. He loved to upset Sebastian. In my opinion, I don't think that that's right at all. I don't understand why, at all. Lori. And then Star says, I think they use these numbers to keep the story easy to remember, in my opinion. Probably so. And I find it very Sorry guys, I don't want to clear my throat right there on the mic. But I find that to be very probable, like if you're trying to get a story straight, you're going to do things to keep it kind of easy to remember. And then also we saw Katie doing the tapping on the table. I guess I can't show you like here, but she was doing like one of those when she was, it almost like she was like dot dot dot, like trying to remember do in Chronicles of Olivia. So that could have been, something that she was trying to kind of remember, that little mnemonic device for remembering her story. So, yeah. Vic says 333 is an angel number. Weird. I see it now. It is. That's very interesting, Star. Thank you. And Detroit Rock City says exactly what I'm saying. Star. Star says, in some numerology theories, 3 is considered part of the Trinity, 3, 6, 9, 9 being considered a magic number, multiply 9 times any number, and the results add up to 9. Oh, good Lord, now you hurt my head. I'm bad at math. Fun facts. Google it, y'all. Just Google it. Good catch, Detroit. Vic says, yes, Star. Criminal Med said 3 doors in the house to the outside, front, back, garage. Dang, guys. All right, stop tripping me out with these 3s. Oh my gosh. All right, now I got the 3 theory and the 5 theory. Oh, Lord. Okay, and Ann Reynolds says, let me go back for that Gallatin, Tennessee picture and see if I can get it to you, Lady Freedoms. Oh, yes, please. Please do. Thank you, Anne. I appreciate that. It is. It's like, I'm going to be trying to figure that one out for sure. And Star says, Criminal Med, we could probably go on and on about the numbers involved, coincidentally or not. Well, and that's the thing. I bet you there's so many more. Like, now you got me thinking of it. And I'm like, okay, wait a minute. But it is weird that it's like 3, 3, 6, and then Stepfoot works like 3. Stop. Stepfoot works like 3.5 hours away. Okay, that's enough. Star, what have you started? We could probably go on. Here, my brain's working. My brain's working. I don't even really like numbers particularly. And then Vic said, I thought I was told, don't talk about this, Vic. I remember it being in the chat last night, like 555s or somebody, or like maybe it was the night before. And then I was like, and then I started reading the email and I was like, my brain. So I have to go revisit too. So I apologize to my friend that sent this email. I just didn't get a chance to really look at it. And Detroit Rock City says, I truly believe Sebastian left his clue on Chris's arms. And I believe he's trying to tell us the truth. In my opinion, or excuse me, in my heart of hearts, I feel this is my honest opinion. Yeah, I mean, the scratches, like up in this picture up here, the scratches or the bite marks. Like I remember Mandy from Spirit Seeker Squad did a video about those bite marks, and that was really, really eerie to me. Like it almost matched up a little bit too perfectly. So yeah, Detroit Rock City, I could totally see how you'd feel that way. And I do. I think that if Stepfoot tried it, I think Sebastian gave him a run for his money. I really do. Hey, Phoebe from Australia. Oh, you're afraid of rabbits, mice, rats, and snakes? Oh my goodness. And then you have to actually, that's what the snakes eat too, is the rats, Rabbits, though, I like rabbits. Rabbits are cute. Mice, I can see that. Rats, yeah. Snakes, yeah. Depending on what kind. My friends had like a little corn snake, and it was like a little pink one. It was small. It was probably like that big at the time. There we go. It was probably like that big at the time, but it would just kind of like coil around, and that one was okay. Like it didn't bite or anything. Its tongue would like come out and stuff, but that one wasn't too bad. And Star says, Vic, it was due to the religious debate that broke out last night. Back to the rule of don't debate religion or politics. I'm over here with a wrench sweating. Star, I'm sorry. I know. She's like, people are talking. I was like, I know. It's okay. We'll just we'll just let it go. I mean, we don't want to upset anybody, but also I don't like to censor too much. I try not to. I know Star. Star's like, dang it. I appreciate all the mods, guys. You guys do a great job. And Adam Forever 21 says, yes, they should have done forensics DNA on his arms. So sad they failed procedures. Yeah, that's part of it that I feel like they really should have looked closer. And then I also think they should have questioned Katie and Chris down at the station. I think that would have just kind of put a little bit of added pressure on them. I don't remember them ever going down to the station. I believe it was all done at their home. I could be wrong about that, though. Lori. Yeah, that's such a good point, Adam. It really is. Vix missed that star. Let's see here. Where did I leave off? Okay, there we go. I don't know. There was a show here yesterday. Yeah, there was. We did Nina's interview, and so we just went over Nina's accounts of what happened. It was actually a really long one, just because we had I think it was 23, 24 clips, and usually I don't have that many, but it was a long one. When is Katie going live? I don't know. I have to still kind of figure that one out. Earlier, somebody was saying that it's going to be the Caitlin Miller person that is going to be interviewing her. That's the same Fox affiliate that interviewed them during the Only Hands interview. I remember that. Yeah, maybe closer to the 1 year mark. Thanks, Star. That's what I'm guessing too. Numerology is awesome. 35 more likes to get to 200. Uh-oh. Phoebe Australia says 3 Summer Wells, Michael Vaughn, Sebastian Rogers. Oh, my goodness. I saw Justin did a really awesome live earlier about Michael Monkey Vaughn's lead suspects, and I really am interested in seeing that too. Star, I didn't start this time. Blame Vic. I know, you guys. Gotta just start with all these rules now. Lori says it looked like a bite from a human to me, clear as day. Yeah, way closer than a little Morky bite, because they have those little teeny tiny teeth. And then also, their little paws are so small. I don't think they could have made, it just doesn't match, in my opinion, And Vic says, wow, Nelly, LOL, I was praying at the time, Star. Aw. Oh, no. I know. I'm bad about it, too. But I do talk about prayer and stuff like that. That's why I kind of, I like to be a little bit open about it, too. As long as it's not like we're having a seance or anything bad in here. Because I don't want anything coming through the screen or anything. Detroit Rock City says 369. The goose drank wine. The monkey chewed tobacco on the streetcar line. Detroit Rock City. That's my kind of math right there. And Vic says I always sucked at following rules. I do too. I'm so bad at it too. Even when they're I'll be like, don't. Star said, I was trying to tell people not to swear, but then you were up there swearing, and I'm like, I swore a lot yesterday. I really did. I was like, I realized it. I didn't go back and watch because, oh God, I try not to. But it's unless there's something I have to go watch for. But I just know I did. I could catch myself. I was like, those asshole, and all this. And I'm like, how many times did I say asshole yesterday? And so, yes, and I do. I'm scared my cat will bring me a mouse as a present. That's funny. I always used to get presents from my one cat like that. When she was an indoor cat, and then I started letting her go out and stuff because she was enjoying it so much, and she would bring me all kinds of stuff. It was awful. I was like, thanks, not really. I know you love me. I know this is a signal of your love to me, but please stop, kind of thing. But she loved doing it. She was a hell of a huntress. And Star says, Vic, it's okay. I'm used to being in trouble. Time out for Star. We'll just get a juice box, a crayon, chair, pull up a seat. Lori says, be right back. Mr. Mason wants to go out. Aw. Mr. Mason. I don't think I've heard that one. I like it. Detroit Rec City. I know, me neither. I'm like, that's my kind of mathing. Vic says, okay, good girl, Star, LOL. You got the wrench. I could get thrown out. No, we won't throw you out, Vic. That's so funny. I know. And then sometimes, just email. This is going to sound terrible. Just email me. I'll let you back. See me following the rules over here. Just send me an email. I'll let you back in. The mods are like, what the heck? Are you serious? Vic, I'm holding you to that, Star. So Fox 17. So is it Fox and Friends? Because they were like on Fox 17, Fox and Friends, I believe. But then, yeah, that would be Caitlin Miller from Fox and Friends. Oh no. I got blasted before. Oh no, Vic. I'm sorry. Oh no. I'll still time you out till you settle down. You guys are crazy. That's so hilarious. Oh, thank you, Phoebe. That's so sweet of you. Thank you. They got me cracking up here. Usually I'm not as, silly. I am silly. I can't even say that. Lady Dog Lover, aka Jean. Hey, Jean. I heard allegedly Katie is doing her interview in March. Okay, another 3. Oh, really? How weird is that? Now that's weird. Thank you for letting us know, Lady Dog. Oh, man. Okay, March. Is it going to be March? If it's March 3rd. Oh, boy. Star, it's my show, I can swear. I know, but I feel like a hypocrite if I'm up here like cussing like a sailor and you guys can't say anything. They're like, the lady's doing it. She's up there. She's cussing like a sailor. What the heck? You got mice too before, Vic? Oh my gosh. And that it's like you don't want to touch them, You're like, thank you. Thanks. Thank you so much, Phoebe. That's so sweet of you. Lady, you can show the photo of the bite marks from Spirit Seeker Squad. Yeah, I will. I'll actually pull that in for tomorrow. Spirit Seeker. Actually, you know what? I might probably. Do I have my phone over here? Oh, I do not have it. It is somewhere. I have 2 phones. Oh, actually, I bet you I'm sitting on it. I am sitting on it. I forgot I put it behind here because sometimes Django will jump up and take my seat and then he'll push the pillow on the ground and everything will fall. So I didn't want him to push my phone out. Let's see. Can I get connection? It just kicks me off left and right over here. Okay, hold on 1 second, guys. Let me see here. Not you. Not you. Oh, not that one. There we go. Okay, sorry about that. Sorry about that, guys. It was just buffering. I'll lose it. Oh no, Detroit Rock City. Adam Forever 21 says military men are taught if capture only name, rank, serial number. That is very true. I think their military. I really do. I think the military background is one of the things that we have to consider here. I know they were upset whenever other creators have done that, but I do agree with considering it because it's just part of the case and who they are, right? But I think that makes them mad because we're kind of getting closer, is in my opinion. Let me see here. Oh, that's videos. Just 1 second here because I think I have it. Just when I think I have a duplicate, though, it's like, oh, no, you don't have a duplicate. Yeah, here we go. Ooh. Poor Sebastian's little mouth. This is awful, guys. This is awful. But a very good comparison. I mean, it just kind of, it, in my opinion, matches up to his dental. I mean, and those do not look like a Morky bite. Those look like teeth marks. You know what I mean? I mean, it just. Yeah. And maybe like trying to bite once, twice. I don't know. It's crazy. It's just so sad. I mean, I just. And then here's the one that I kind of have on the board, like the investigation board kind of thing up there. You can really see. I mean, that's a lot of bite marks for Ellie to just overlook. And again, there's not much we can do about it. We want to move forward, right? But in the same way, come on, ugh. If private citizens can get this much, it's I just think Seth is showing an amazing amount of humility, patience, a lot of virtues I wouldn't be showing. You know what I mean? Yeah, they could still do something. Definitely, Phoebe. They could. Hey, Granny to 13. Vic, we have been gone 4 days. Any more snow? Oh no, yeah, I know everybody's getting snow. People, I know. Phoebe is so sad. Those definitely look like human bite marks. I mean, I agree. I can't say that they don't. Like I wish I could. I wish I could. Yeah, yeah. Aw. Yeah, it's just so sad. Spirit Seeker Squad has like amazing like an amazing eye. She just like catches it right there. Hey Rogue, good to see you, hon. And Vic says, right, Lady Freedom, you should see what Mandy has. Yeah, oh, she is awesome. I love her. I love her so much. She actually mods, but you'll see her sometimes come in. Um, let's see. Star says he could have been wearing a long sleeve shirt or a jacket on the 26th. I have a sad feeling that KP and CP were photographed or forensically examined right away. I don't think so either, because I think they were treated like, treated more like the grieving parents of a child who, walked off. I really do. I really do. Oh no, the North Pole, Ohio. Mandy is awesome. She's an awesome human, like all around. I just love her. Vix's Granny 13 is shit show. Snow for the New York. Oh no. Oh no. Rogue, good to see ya. Aw. So really quick, guys, I just wanted to kind of go over this last part of Justin's, right? So really quick, it is 100% verified that Sebastian was not set to testify in the hearing for Faith. So that's good news, I think, because that was a big part of motive, in my opinion. If he was set to testify, that could really speak to why they didn't want him to do so, right? And then Seth breaks down why Sebastian would be doing the applied behavioral therapy or the ABA. It's to help with his socialization. And they actually had someone that was going to come out to the house and work with Sebastian on that, which would have been fantastic. And then Justin brings up a really great point, and I kind of just want to end with this tonight. Sebastian's getting older and he's more aware of normalcy. So it was more like he might have been looking at other situations and saying, okay, well, how come I'm being treated like this at my house? Or how come I'm not able to be doing this at my house? Like internet access, like not getting in trouble for every little thing, like not losing his pets, things like that. Kids are very aware, and we need to give them more credit for what they can observe, especially from their peers. And one of the viewers called it a pressure cooker, and I do agree with that. And then I also agree with the fact that somebody said, because they have the background of residential kind of treatment facilities for autistic individuals. She said, or he, I'm sorry, I'm not sure which one, that Sebastian would not have been a candidate for institutionalization. And I really found that to be valuable, because I don't see him being a candidate either. But I mean, I can't evaluate somebody, obviously, but it's just, it just seems like, I don't even know how they could get him in for behavioral issues. If he's having accidents, how is that a behavioral issue? It's not like he's deliberately doing that to upset anybody, contrary to what Mr. Chris might think. But it's weird. Detroit Rock City said, this is maddening. It's right there in plain sight. Yeah, it is. It's ridiculous. What else could they be? If they have a small breed dog, they couldn't they could absolutely not leave those marks. No way, no how. Exactly, because they just have those little teeny tiny canines. Like those Morkies were teeny tiny little guys. I mean, damn, absolutely negligent. I know, Lori. I know. Yeah. Snack of all snacks, it's the dang snack. Yeah. Yeah. Rogue. I mean, Adam Forever 21, I'm beside myself on her statement of spaghetti pancake. Google it, y'all. Yeah, it's weird. Like all of that kind of like, look at me behavior. Don't worry about Sebastian. I'm the cute little grieving mom. I noticed that from Katie. I did, and I don't agree with it. Not one bit. It's very odd behavior. And Lori says the thin GB with the accidents, it could be medical too, like chronic constipation. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I mean, but he wouldn't be doing it, yeah, it could have definitely been medical. So how were they? I don't know. And you don't get institutionalized for stuff like that, thank the Lord. It's just, I got a small rescue dog. It bites, leaves blood. I think scratches from a human, in my opinion. Yeah, because even like their little teeth would be different. I mean, those were like straight teeth marks, they were like straight bite. Not like a pointed bite, like a canine, right? My opinion. Yeah, so momming it up, I agree. I don't think they were looked at and how they should have at first, in my opinion. Yeah. And I mean, it stinks, but it's like, I don't want to tell them how to do their job. I'm not trained or anything, but it's weird. It's weird. And Adam Forever 21 says spaghetti pancakes like we are at the church recipe swap while our kid is missing. Right, exactly. Like, oh, in case you all want the recipe. Yeah, I totally get what you're saying, Adam Forever 21. That's true. Lori says, sorry, my keyboard. Oh no, that's all right. Yeah, it's just sad. It's just so sad. Oh. Rogue, I like to call Mama BS Ma Barker. Star. I haven't looked at the scratches since the beginning, but I thought they lined up with the fingers also. Yeah, I mean, it could have been like a square nailed, like, I don't want to dig into myself too bad, but yeah. And Adam Forever 21 says the family probably had criminal connections and could have referred her to them. Yeah, and just the fact they didn't call 911 is so weird. That is just so weird to me. Detroit Rock City says, I don't think Seth really saw Chris. In my opinion, he was paying attention to his arms at the time. I think he was worried about finding his son. Yes, absolutely, Detroit Rock City. I believe that too. And when they did go out, he was covered, in my opinion. Yeah, definitely. I think he was covering his ass for sure. Yeah. Yeah, it could be all about money too, guys. It really could be. It really could be. Lori agrees. Star says, Adam Forever 21, it's possible. I wouldn't doubt it, in my opinion. And then Lori says, I agree, Detroit. Well, guys, we're going to finish up tomorrow on Justin's, the rest of Justin's kind of take on the Lore Lodge interview. And then we're going to jump into Crystal's case. So I hope you will be back to join me tomorrow. And it should be around 10:30 again. I came on just a little bit late tonight. I think it was like 10:45. So I apologize about that. But I can't wait to see all of you guys. I hope you have a really great night, and I appreciate you all being here. Lori says anything is possible. Yeah. And Rogue says, yes, the family sticks together. What is said in the family, no matter how criminal, it stays in the family. That is a great point, Rogue. I believe that too. I definitely do. You know, anything is possible, Lori says. Yeah, 100%, Rogue. I do. Good night, Jocelyn. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Lori says, like a mean pack of dogs. Yeah, exactly. And they all stick together. They all kind of move together. I mean, it is. It's like, I mean, we can't be the only ones putting that together, you know? Vic says, and the Corky B said from the dogs, everyone will believe me, in my opinion. Yeah, definitely. And him saying that he likes to roughhouse with the dogs is so weird. Thank you, Vic. Thank you. Good night, all. Good night, Star, and good night, Detroit Rock City. The photo was 8 days later. They must have been pretty deep. I mean, seriously, exactly. 8 days in, and those things were like still looking pretty fresh. It's strange, you know? Like even a Roddy wouldn't leave that, I don't think. Good night, Lori. Good night, Jocelyn. Lady Dog Lover, aka Jean, says, in my opinion, the marks are too fresh. I think Katie and him had a fight of some sort. You know, that's very possible too. That's very possible. Mountain Mama says, I hope everyone has a good night. See you tomorrow. Thank you, Mountain Mama. Thank you, guys. Well, you all thank you, Mama and Up. You have a great night too. And thank you, Rogue. Rogue says it could have been fingernails, but it looks like human bite marks. I really do. I think they match up a little bit too much. Ugh, you know. All right, guys. Well, you all have a wonderful night. I will see you tomorrow, and we'll finish this up, and then I will get the phone call ready in our next video in the series for Crystal McCrory Jones. You all have a wonderful night, and please stay safe out there. And let's all say prayers for Sebastian, Seth, Katie, Sheriff Craddock, and Brandon Carter at the TBI. Thank you, guys. And whoever's working at the FBI so hard for Sebastian, because we all love him. We're Sebastian Strong. Thanks, guys. You have a great day.